Hello there, commanders, and welcome to our first Conquest tournament. Our first tournament in Season 3. It has been a year, almost, I think, since our very first tournament. So, 14th anniversary incoming. Hint, hint, hint. I mean, it would have been announced already if I had enough time to make the announcement. But overall, I'm still pretty happy with the progress I've made with various SUNTZU League related projects. Created a draft guide, a new 3-3 matrix that we are going to utilize for the first time in this tournament, and as you can see, related to that, that's wrong. That's correct. There we go. Related to that, these are best of ones. This is still best of 3. It's still best of 5. Still best of 5. Still best of 3. This used to be best of 5. Now best of 3. Same here. Same here. Same here. Same here. And same here. This used to be best of 3. Now best of 1. And these used to be best of 3. Now best of 1. So, changes to the format, essentially just lowering the amount of battles per tournament, so that it is a smaller time commitment. It's still plenty of battles. If you are, let's say, the favorite to win, like Berserk is, and you didn't have a buy round in here, but it's still just one battle missed, right? But let's say he didn't have the buy round. He wins 1-0 here. That's one battle. A second battle here. Then 2 or 3 battles here. And then 3 or 5 or 3 or 4 or 5 battles here. So minimum how many? Minimum 7 battles. Maximum 10. So it's like a smaller radius. I like the word. Whatever. Smaller radius of the possible number of battles. So that should help with just estimating the amount of time you need to commit. And we estimate at most, if it's like all the way 10 battles, should still be at maximum 6 hours. Hello Darkion, you're late as always.
Yep.
I had high hopes because you said on my way 20 minutes ahead of time.
I did. I had to take care of something.
Conquest, fine times, I hope so too. I'm gonna go to the drafts in a second. Our players had like 15 minutes head start to start drafting already, so some of the drafts are concluded. Just let me check. Let me just open YouTube on my phone. So I have chat in front of me at all times. But why is it offline? Hello? I haven't got a notification that it's... I know it's live, but it's not live on my phone.
I'm able to see it.
I'll just close all applications, open YouTube again. That should help. There we go, now it says it's live. Perfect. Wasn't so hard. Okay, let's see. Oh, Alfred and Zurihan are in the draft, waiting to get ready. 3 drafts are concluded, which means 1 isn't started yet. I think that is Chimbambu versus Slate X. Silver ammo. Let me check one thing. Yeah, copy pasta. That's fucking time management. Let's go. Okay. Yeah. Nobody saw that. Okay, I have somewhat put people on straight, let's say, in terms of the drafts, in terms of them playing. So let's have a look at these drafts, since it will be a while before we get any replays. Okay, let's start with this one. Angel versus Capellius. That's our round of 16 match 2, if I remember correctly. Yes.
And we also have a guy called Archangel. Now I want to see them fight.
I think they're on opposite sides of the bracket.
Shame. Maybe one day.
Okay, so to explain, if anybody has seen or experienced 3x3 matrix in the past, this is essentially it, with the exception that, or with the addition of 3 bands, and also with the addition of map bans. So, for example, in most Total Tavern tournaments, a map is usually just given by the tournament organizer, and you just know the map up front. Whereas here, there is a map pool of 7 maps. Players ban 3 maps each, and then they play on the remaining 7th map. That's the idea. So, for now, we have Angel. By the way, both of these players are new to SUNTZU League. So, exciting to see them play, and hopefully they like it. One of them has a guaranteed quarterfinal spot, so that's something. Top 8. So, anyway. Beastman Empire Bretonia, banned by Angel. Nurgle Tomb King's Dwarves, banned by Capellius. And we have High Elves as first pick, Skaven Dark Elves as an answer. And this is somewhat of a new game mode, as in there was a mod that essentially is just that. CA just copied it over. But now there are army losses in here, so that changes the game a little bit. And it's mostly new to most of the people, because very few people played the mod, even though I think it was brilliant. So, a shame they didn't pick it up as a mod, but now they're picking it up as a regular game mode in the game. So, good to see at least that. We have Vampire Council and Wood Elves, and I mentioned that, like, I wonder how the meta will shape up now that there will be much more input into the system.
You know, this used to be a controversial topic about 6 or 7 years ago, when developers would actually incorporate popular mods into the game. And I love to see, and even back then I was saying, hey, this is not a bad thing as long as they're crediting the mod developers. As somebody who made a couple of mods in the past, I would have loved to see it. I want to see these games improve, and I want everybody to have a better time, and that's why people make mods and make them for free. So I'm very happy to see that CA is actually on the forefront of doing this and doing this right. Every single thing that they incorporated, they've given credit.
Giving credit is one thing. I don't know. Sharing revenue, another thing, right? Because you can argue, oh, because there are better multiplayer maps, or a new multiplayer mode that is making the game more popular. That drives some sort of percentage of sales or something, but it's very difficult to quantify. So CA is happy just to give nothing.
I mean, they did give credit in the patch notes.
Yeah,
which is
credit. Yeah,
and that's all you can do.
Well, maybe in this specific situation, sure, but still.
Yeah, could you go to match 4 as well? They're asking for an explanation. One of them is a little confused.
I think they are doing well. Chimbambu is on top of things.
Explaining.
He actually read the draft guide. Let's go.
That's why I linked it.
I mean, I linked it as well.
Yeah, it's tough. I was afraid that this might happen, but
I mean, I created the matrices for some previous matchups, so that they have the visualization. But I've noticed they started the matchup banning before they posted the visualization, and some players posted the visualization wrong, in the wrong order.
Well, that's to be expected. It is a different format than what people are used to.
I mean, 3x3 Matrix is super popular on Total Tavern, so it's not like it's new.
Well, clearly it is for them. Oh, looks like we got our first battles in match 8.
Yep. So in here you can see they're playing the 8th matchup. So that would be Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. But are they actually playing Wood Elves versus Dark Elves? I don't know.
I think it's Vampire Pirates versus High Elves.
That is match number
8.
2. What did they say? No, we are watching draft number 2 on the stream.
Ah. Yeah. We have our first replay.
Yes, they did it correctly. So they're playing Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. Yeah, okay. Since we have our first replay, we're gonna go there soon. Just we'll watch this draft unfold until the end. I can always speed it up as well. But you can see they're banning maps. I mean, Capellis is doing that mostly randomly. Maybe he's running out of time. Maybe he doesn't necessarily know what's happening. Maybe he got distracted or something. But Angel is on top of things. He banned everything himself. And hopefully these were actual calculated decisions. But anyway, the last ban. There we go. He just clicked random because he didn't finish. Like, it's not because timer ran out. He just clicks random. So there you go. That will be map number 1, which in our pool is Forest of Shadows. So looking forward to seeing that map, that battle. And since we are going to go into match number 8, let's get the draft from it on board. And I'm just going to skip through it step by step, but you can see how it works and looks. And there we go, that's the matrix. Now they're banning matchups.
We've got match 3 replay as well.
Cool, I'm gonna get to it. So 6th matchup, so that would be the 2nd from this one and 3rd from this one. So High Elves versus Vampire Coast, and I think that's the thing they played, right? From what you've said. So that is correct. Mm-hmm. And then the map will be map number 3, which should be Pillar of Bone. Okay, I'm gonna download the replay real quick, and we're going to go into it.
Okay, match 3 is complete. I'm gonna update the bracket.
There we go. Soarve versus Innominandum. Nandum? Yes. Doesn't necessarily roll off the tongue very well. Alright, let's have a look at the... Actually, one more thing. I'm gonna start recording as well. There we go. So, let's have a look. We have Tyrion as the Lord Mage of Fire with Burning Head and Fireball. For High Elves, we have some Silver Helms on the flank. On the other flank, we have War Lions, we have the Fireborn Dragon Princess, we have an artillery piece, and then a core of archers. Yeah, more archers, and just spearmen in front. And we have Illyrian Reavers already charging into mortars from behind. One is already wavering, but they are undead, so they will be fine for now. There's also Shadow Wraith Gunners that are disrupted by the cavalry charge, which are now terror routed. which should alleviate some of the pressure. There's another cavalry unit coming. We also have deck droppers that will harass the cavalry. So the cavalry just gets a charge into the zombie pirates, a very, very weak, vulnerable unit. So essentially this charge is pretty free. Scurvy dogs will get wrecked on a flank by the War Lions and Tyrion combo. Another unit of Illyrian River's terror routed in the middle, but they've done their job, they've done their work. They disrupted the mortars. Lufur Harkon. Is that dragon? Kind of small for a dragon, whatever that is. A big bat. The Shadow Wraith Gunners are absolutely getting wrecked. They did manage to get some value in return, but they're very quickly focused by the archers. Deck Droppers, if they don't move, are gonna suffer the same fate. Alright, the Lamprey's Revenge is going to be the priority target. Burning Head across the zombie pirate deck and mob, not necessarily the best target, kind of really a waste of a spell. Probably, I mean, these are also zombies. Death Guard, there we go. Yeah, Death Guard would be a good target. There's another Fireball into the Lamprey's Revenge. In general, looks like Wood Elves have a pretty good advantage, pretty good time in this battle. But looking at the values, it's actually pretty close. So the looks can be deceiving. But I would definitely favor the High Elves at this point in the match, especially given that they have managed to remain in formation, whereas Vampire Coast are just all over the place. But the Spearman line isn't really pushing, just defending archers from I don't know what. Major Fire is plunged quite deep into the enemy formation as well, but should be able to run away. Oh no, she's actually on foot. And now caught... Well, not that's on Death Guard, so that's fine. Tyrion's also pretty low on HP. Does he have his... Yes, he does, Heart of Avalorn. Probably hasn't been used yet. He's a breath... Oh, there we go, now you see the massive boost of health added to Tyrion, but he's still significantly vulnerable, or relatively vulnerable, with Ulf Harkon diving after him and taking a big bite. But with all the archers around, they could easily focus Ulf Harkon and start dealing the damage back. Tyrion is also a pretty good duelist, now aided by spearmen and some cavalry. Should be fine, although he is terror routed. But Lufur Harkon will not pursue. The archers are focusing the Death Guard with polearms, which is pushing forward towards the main Wood Elf formation. There's really not much left. We have some roughened Prometheans, but that have been summoned by Vampire Fleet Captain. But they are now dead. Lamprey's Revenge still at half HP, and all the models are alive, so they could cause some big disruption. And here's another Burning Head across another zombie unit. So again, not necessarily the best target. And now we have Kraken's Pull, but that just slows enemies down, allowing Lufur Harkon to escape. But was it really necessary and the best use of mana? Or was it just... Kraken's Pull also does damage. Never mind it. Speaking of damage, yeah, those units are dealt with. Death Guard, sadly, just completely focused by the archers, pushing deep without any support, pretty much, just soaking in all the damage from the archers, which saves Lufur Harkon from death for a little bit, but I imagine not for long, as a fireball hits him in the butt. And Lufur Harkon is pretty much the only unit remaining, beginning to crumble, and that's a victory for Wood Elves. Just one last bite out of Tyrion, and one last heal for Tyrion as well, after suffering friendly fire from an artillery piece, or maybe some archers. Anyway, great victory to High Elves, but a victory nonetheless. So Soarve is advancing to quarterfinals, and in Nominandum will still have a part to play in our tournament.
our brackets have been updated,
Very good.
but you are free to use it. It's our new format. It's very fast. I love it. We are already in quarterfinals. There are 2 quarterfinal games that are being played right now. It's a little bit tougher to manage because of the speed, but well, at least you're getting a lot of replays now. So feel free to go to any of the.
I mean, I imagine the replays will be flowing in at us at the same pace as always, because it's battles. It's just more matches will progress faster.
Yes. Assuming that there's no delay due to administration. And I'm trying to minimize that. But we do have a few replays, so feel free to pull any of the completed ones out.
Yeah, I got match 3 replay and match 2 replay now. So match 2 replay is between Capelius and Angel, so that's the one we've watched the draft for. So let's go ahead and watch that one. That's the one. That's Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. Seems like elves are quite popular, which I'm a fan of. So, Angel, with a Glade Lord, supported by a Spellweaver of Life, Eternal Guards, War Dancers, Way Watchers, Great Stag Knights, 2 units. One is probably with shields. I don't necessarily recognize the cards immediately. And then the ghost ones. Oh, sound glitching. There we go. Oh, Wild Riders, what? Okay. And then we have Lost Sylvan Knights. Daggers with shields for Dark Elves, some Harpies hovering over, more Dark Riders, so just cheap cavalry. We have some Cold One Knights in the background. Behind the Chill of Sontar. And then we have a front line of Bleak Swords and some Sisters of Slaughter to help them out. Plus Slanesh's Harvest of Doomfire Warlocks. They come equipped with Ward of Pain and a Soul Stealer. And it's quite a powerful spell. I think it's worth 16 Winds of Magic, so that is huge value on that unit. As long as it's used correctly. Then we have Supreme Sorceress of Death as the Lord with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech. Quite classic choice. Had the front lines clashing already. Eternal Guard versus 2 units of Bleak Swords. Bleak Swords suffering some damage before arriving onto the front lines from the Way Watchers. Super high range now, focusing Sisters of Slaughter who have only 5 armor, so they'll be taking lots of damage. Ideally, they would just go into melee, because otherwise they're just gonna get killed by the Way Watchers. Way Watchers can also fire while moving, but now their focus has turned towards Slanesh's Harvesters. Soul Stealer is going down to 2 high value units, the Wild Riders and Great Stag Knights. This is a perfect use of this spell. They're not going to benefit from the healing, but still, it will be hard to come by a better target. Maybe over here, the Glade Lord plus the Sylvan Knights. That would be pretty good. But Dark Elves have a huge advantage now with their cavalry push. Chill of Sontar has gone down to like 75% HP, but it has passive regeneration, so it shouldn't worry too much. At least I think it does. Yes, it does. Yeah, because War Hydra, not the Charybdis. Charybdis doesn't, I think. We have Spellslinger of Life with Regrowth, so just a singular target, so maybe it's time to regrowth these guys who are now being Spirit Leeched. I don't think they have much magical weapon damage, although I imagine those Warlocks of Slanesh, or whatever they're called, which over here have magical damage. Yes, they do, but they're far away from the front line. Speaking of front lines, Wood Elves don't really have any anymore. There's a random unit of War Dancers idling on the flank. Another unit of War Dancers still hanging by the skin of their teeth in the middle. But once they get surrounded by all that cavalry and infantry all the way around them, they should collapse as well. There's one more unit around here, around the Glade Lord. Beautiful chilling breath, or whatever it's called. Frost breath, close enough. From the Chill of Sontar, which all should charge into the melee now, targeting the Glade Lord, going after him. Helm of Discord, shout out to our Discord people. And Angel has some popular support in the chat. Looks like he is doing pretty well. Oh no, he's not doing pretty well. He's the one losing. Haha. Never mind then. But looks definitely like a Dark Elf victory, proving themselves to be the superior elves in this match at the very least. Glade Lord on a stag, running away from the Chill of Sontar. I get it. There we go. Go on, fight him. Coward. Anyway, the Lost Sylvan Knights look super cool and super big. Very cool to watch, but also running away from much smaller enemies. And there we go. Dark Elven victory. So that is Capellius winning against Angel. Jidubo. Pretty good spectacle. So let's have a look at a VM grudge match. Well, I don't know about the grudge. But a VM match nonetheless. Mirovoy versus Soter. Khorne versus Beastman. We haven't watched the draft for it, but I don't think we have to. We'll just get into the replay. And hopefully more replays will come in the meantime.
Yep, there are currently 3 games that are being played, and I believe 1 or 2 drafts currently ongoing.
We're good.
Snuff out the flame of their existence.
Okay, Mirovoy versus Soter. I admittedly am rooting for Mirovoy because of his Khorne pick. That is a pick of culture. Doesn't use magic, just Giga Chad. Doesn't use ranged units. Has artillery here, but doesn't use it, so that's good.
Just comes in, kills you, refuses
exactly,
to
just melee units. What else do you need?
Exactly.
I mean, magic is pretty good.
But
it's a Giga Chad move to not use it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, we have
Like,
Jobber's Life on the side of Beastman. We'll see how that fares up against Valkia. We also have Malagor the Dark Omen, so 2 fast flying lords. Malagor obviously super fast, I think he's the fastest in the game at 121 speed here. Valkia just 95. I also have a Saigar. Is he summoned? I think so, yeah. Savage Dominion was used by Soter and Saigar was summoned, so now he has an artillery piece. So Khorne, well, captured the capture point and is now going forward. But I think he could have just run past and captured it anyway. So we've got a front line of Ungorherd Spearmen going to face off against Marauders of Khorne, Chaos Warriors of Khorne with Halberds, Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons. They'll definitely lose, plus there are Minotaurs involved, so they're super fucked. But there are Minotaurs and Pestigors coming in from the side of Beastmen. Beastmen also have quite a lot of Sentigors with throwing axes. And there's also the Jabber's Life, as mentioned. The Minotaurs with great weapons are coming in for a cycle charge. And they do have bonus versus large, so they will be quite effective against the Jabber's Life. And it's just a massive blob fight on both sides. These Minotaurs got absolutely wrecked. I don't even know by what. They even got buffed by a spell. I mean, that spell takes away 30 armor. But they just got absolutely wrecked. I have no idea what dealt the damage. Definitely not any magic. That's for sure. I've got a nice charge into the archers. I mean, the archers would be pretty useless anyway. So just take them out of the equation, as tradition requires. There's still Core Knight mobile force roaming around, trying to strike at vulnerable targets. But so far, advantage to Khorne. We'll see if Beastman's Minotaurs or the Jabber's Life will be able to turn the tide of the battle. But so far, it doesn't look like it. Valky's Spear of Sleipnir, something like that. Not necessarily landed on the best target, definitely at the very beginning where the front lines clashed. That's when the perfect opportunity was presenting itself. But as of what targets are presenting themselves at the moment, that's as good as it gets. And Jabber's Life already wrecked, rounding just above 1000 HP while dealing only 300 damage as value. And Beastman just gave up. Complete Giga Chat Khorne victory. Let's go. That's victory for Mirovoy, loss for Soter. So Soter is fighting for maximum 9th place, while Mirovoy obviously still in the running for the finals. And I don't think we have any more replays.
I don't think we do. No.
So I have caught up.
Yeah, I believe you are. We're.
Let's have a look at the bracket then.
Yeah.
Updated by Arcleon, that's what it looks like at the moment. So Berserk versus Capellius in the quarterfinals, after Capellius won against Angel.
They do have a draft going on right now, so if you want to take a look at that.
Yeah, we could in a second. Then Mirovoy won against Soter. Chimbambo versus Sladex is still underway, so Mirovoy is waiting for the results of that match in quarterfinal match number 2. So it could be another VM matchup in the semifinals. Then we have Bigman waiting for Zurihan and Alfred. Archangel had a bye, so Arve already won. So Archangel versus Soarve in quarterfinal match number 4. The draft should also be underway, and then if we have a look over here, yeah, Angel and Inomidandum are getting bye rounds, whereas here we're waiting for, I mean, this should also be a bye round over here. And then we're just waiting for whoever gets here with Soter. That is the loser of match 6. Yes, whoever loses between Zurihan and Alfred, they'll face off against Innomidandum already in 9th place bracket round 2 match 2. So that's the updated bracket. That's what our tournament is at the moment. So let's have a look at some drafts, see if I can get them on the screen.
Oh, it looks like we have a replay.
Yeah. Looks like Soarve and Archangel are doing the draft correctly, so good to see it, that they're adapting. That's what I would expect of the upper bracket. So I'm just gonna preemptively put it up on the screen. And those best of one matches are very volatile. Either win or lose, and there is no safety net. Like there is in best of three. Still haven't posted the replay.
Oh, there's the replay.
Make sure that Alfred and Zurihan know where they're going and that they're still both playing.
Yep.
And I'm getting right on top of that replay. Yep, that's Zurihan versus Alfred. So, let's see who won. Beastman versus Lizardman on Alpine Ridge. That is a map that dates in Total War history all the way back to Napoleon. Maybe Empire. I haven't played Empire enough to know all the maps by heart. But Napoleon, that's still my most played game on Steam of all time. It's over like 3,000 hours or something. So yeah, that's where I got my Total War multiplayer fix and experience.
Mr. Could you help them in a quarterfinals match? Looks like there's a bit of a confusion going on.
About
I'm
what?
trying to... I think the draft... Could you just look over it real quick?
I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna pause
thinking
here.
people.
Which match?
Quarterfinals 1.
I mean, they haven't posted the visualization of the matrix, but they concluded the draft. I don't think they're really calling for help, so that should be fine. Let's see. They've won their matchups, match number 7. So matchup number 7 should be High Elves versus Khorne, which Berserk has read correctly. And map 4 also read correctly. Yeah, everything's fine.
Okay.
Okay, going back to the replay. So we have Zurihan as Beastman. Actually, our names are getting in the way because Discord keeps forgetting where I put this. But whatever, Zurihan versus Alfred. So we have 2 Solar Engines Bastillodons. Beastman's Vanguard deployment comes in handy, securing the hill early on. And that's a big blob from Lizardman. If there is some kind of an AoE spell, like this one for example, that would hurt them a lot. And I'm just wondering, why is it not being used? Because they're just asking for it, just cast Traitor Kin already, what the hell? That's like insta-win over here. Anyway, while we're waiting for Traitor Kin to be cast, we have Oxyotl already down to half HP, getting wrecked by a Doombull. Have some Ongur Riders shooting into that big blob, which is powering through. Here comes the Bray Shaman, he's closing in on his chariot. Bastillodons are just busy firing. Oh, there we go. There's the Traitor Kin. Upgraded. Still, 7 minutes of magic over. But yeah, that will do quite a bit of damage, as you can see. 700 value. Securing a big advantage from the get-go. The Bastillodons with Solar Engines can't really do much, as they're being constantly bogged down by the Centigores. Plus, even if not for the Centigores, just the map doesn't bode well for artillery. It's a terrible map for artillery, especially the Flat Arcs artillery, like the Bastillodons with Solar Engines are. Well, Lizardmen have control of the capture point, and they still have quite a big mass of Cerberus warriors, which aren't that bad. They're not skinks to be scoffed at. And they're getting into melee with archers, so even though they're quite big down, quite a bit down on the value, they could still turn it around to some extent. Some Ungur Spearmen herd on top of the Bastildons now as well. Let's see how much value they're getting. Not bad, but still not very good either for how much they cost. And there's another Traitor King, and that should just seal the deal. Croxigors are getting wrecked by it. 270 damage so far, but almost down already. Oxyotl the same. Quite a terrible choice of the Lord, if I may say so myself. I mean, it's the first time I see Oxyotl, really. And that's probably the reason why, because he sucks. Yeah, the Butchers of Kalkengrad. Yeah, he's just very vulnerable. And he was sent into melee from the very beginning. Like, he's a ranged lord, if anything. But ranged lords, especially in a melee-focused meta, don't really have a place. And there we go, a victory for Beastman and Zurihan. Yeah, the battles tend to be very quick, unlike Domination. Front lines clash. There are no reinforcements, so everything is on the board already. A few key spells and charges, and the battle is decided, pretty much. Okay. Did we get any replays in the meantime?
Yes, we did. We've got
okay, Chimbambu and Slade. Yep. Okay, I'm not looking who won. Shalala. Not looking, not looking. They should put it in the spoilers, but they don't.
You could, you just would need to be not streaming that window.
What? I'm streaming the game.
Yeah, so just don't tell them.
I'm not looking myself. I don't want to know who won. I just want to get to know who won through the replay itself. Tomb Kings versus Greenskins, Pillar of Bone. So we've got, I think that's Cetra. We've got a... Cetra also himself can get on top of a Chimerian War Sphinx. So we've got that as well. We've got the Speculiar Stalkers or something, and then just a bunch of base tier skeletons. So probably that's Cetra on a War Sphinx, because otherwise I don't know where that budget went. Greenskin's kind of a more of a balanced army, but still mostly cheap crap. Holy shit, they're starting very up close. They're even mixed. There's cavalry behind the enemy lines and there's more cavalry behind those lines. Anyway, we're starting right away. Skeleton Spearmen versus Night Goblins. With that Vanguard deployment, we have Fanatics cutting across the Skeleton Spearmen front lines, even going a little bit into the Archers and the Skeleton Spearmen in the back. We have Squeak Herds versus Skeleton Horse Archers and Nehekar and Horsemen. We also have the Wolf Cavalry, Wolf Archers, just that. And we've got the Chimerian War Sphinx coming in. But those guys are already dealt with. The Night Goblins have performed terribly. But there is more behind enemy lines. I mean, at this point I don't even know who started on which side. This is so hard to tell. We've got Night Goblin Archers now coming from the band, a little bit unsynchronized. But I guess who would have fought? I mean, this is the Tomb King side, so you know where they start because they don't have Vanguard deployment. And there's some archers about to be caught by Skeleton Spearmen in melee. So a little bit of mismanagement there by Slade X getting his archers caught. And as a Syrian incantation, that's, yeah, direct damage spell. And we have obviously Cetra on that War Sphinx, as mentioned, which the Goblin archers are trying to focus, but they're not doing a good job of that so far. And the Skeleton Spearmen have dealt with the Night Goblin Archers that they have caught in melee. The Skeleton Warriors coming in onto the next unit of Goblin Archers, who have just terrible morale. Just any damage taken, and they're already running. They're just taking like 20% at most, and they're out. Not giving them any time to focus, etc. Plus, they don't have any front line, because the front line was deployed somewhere else. That's quite a bizarre decision, if I may say so myself. Squeak Herds didn't really get involved. They should be following the Night Goblins into the front line, but they just got left behind. Nobody even bothered to capture the capture point, because, well, the battle is going to be decided right here, right now. Shapti summoned behind Night Goblin Archers, gonna deal with them as their first target. Setra has gone down to like 30% of HP, maybe even less. But he's healing now a little bit from the Lore's passive. He just needs to cast spells randomly and he'll be fine. Shapti now will act as a little bit of a shield, stop the Night Goblin Warbus from pursuing Setra, but Setra still has more HP. It is less percentage, but should be fine against the Night Goblin Warbus, as he has some very powerful abilities. As the Fermented Fungi causes the enemy to go on rampage, and there's also Tormented Sword, which makes him not able to move. And there we go. So Setra is on a rampage, but there's really nobody to capitalize on that rampage. That spell went wide, and the Curse of the Bad Moon. Archers just being chased away by the melee infantry because they have no protection. See, and that's why you should bring protection, kids. Yeah, that's important, especially for your archers. And then we get Cameron Warspings, just doing some squeaks, but the squeaks are over here. Hello, not here. There we go, good boy. Cat. The point has finally been captured. I don't know really what for, just to finish off the enemy army. And it will be fine. Well, Setra is a little bit in trouble. 459 HP, holy crap. The Night Goblin Warbus is a threat after all. One more hit. Well, he's disintegrating already, so Setra is gone. Tompkins is still quite massively up in value. Can Greenskins turn it around? The only thing they have going for them are really just the two single entities they have. That in of Archers, I don't think it can achieve much. And there's still some cavalry, and there's another Chimeran Warspings, which just terrifies all the Greenskins. They're all wavering, so as soon as they get close, they will get terror routed. That of Archers just gets escorted into the corner. Skeleton Spearmen chasing them. They're not even shooting, they're facing the wrong way, as they're not micromanaged now they are. But it will be difficult for them to escape. It is possible. Well, it looks like they just got on a melee order. Slade seems to have given up on that unit. There's another Curse of a Bad Moon. This one not as bad as the previous one. I imagine it has hit some Hikaran horsemen. There's still some fanatics in here. Where we're from. The Hikaran swordsman, the horseman could have been used to mop up some archers, but anyway. Greenskins, adamant defeat. So that is Chimbambu advancing to the quarterfinals, and Slade X dropping down to the lower brackets. But I think he has left Discord. Yes, very
Yes.
nice of him.
Yeah, he just dropped out. With that, we've got...
I wonder if he would have dropped out if he won.
I don't know. He was a little impatient. So, Yeah, currently his opponent with the 9th place round 2 match 1 is being played. And match 2 is being played as well, for the 9th place. So that's where we are currently the most advanced.
We've got all quarterfinals now. And I see some
Yep.
GGs going down, so we do have a replay, yeah.
Is this a replay from the quarterfinals match 1? I'm really interested in this one.
I got a match number 4, and this match 1 just posted. Yep, no replay from... Oh, there we go. Now it posted.
And with the spoiler.
I'm not looking, don't tell me.
I'm not gonna tell you.
Okay, so we have Sarve versus Archangel. Archangel won our season finals, by the way. No, he hasn't won. It was Sexy Boy. Archangel got 2nd place. Still, pretty impressive, but what is way more impressive is whatever Berserk has achieved, and at this point is too many to recall just from the top of my head. So, let's go and watch Berserk's battle. Horn, pick of culture. As always, from Berserk versus Hyos of Capellius. Did he play Hyos in the previous round as well?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't remember now. Might have. We've seen High Elves definitely. I just wonder if it was him or somebody else. But it might have been him.
Okay. Are you in a replay right now?
Yep, it literally just started.
Okay.
So, Berserk in his Khorne, Murder Spam, some Bladders of Khorne on flanks, and some Chaos Warriors of Halberds in the center, supported by 4 units of Minotaurs. 2 with great weapons, 2 regular ones, and some more horsemen to top it all off. Speed of horsemen, that's like 8 units? Yeah, I think so, maybe 7. No, never mind, there are Dragon Princes here as well, so I also just brought massive cavalry force, and just some rangers and silvering guard to round it out. But it's massive infantry versus massive cavalry, and that cavalry has just charged into melee infantry frontally, which if it was Arena it would have been a bad idea, but it is Warhammer. And in Fantasyland, cavalry just wins those. It is apparently anti-infantry, but is it heavy? Oh, that was a pretty good Spear of Sleipnir. Getting draw Silvering Guard and some units of cavalry, but Valkia is suffering quite a huge damage from the dive that she might have a difficult time getting out. She has her Demon Shield, I don't know if it was used, but if it wasn't, now it's definitely the time. And a general melee has ensued. I would favor Khorne in this matchup, just because he has melee infantry rather than melee cavalry. There's also lots of horse archers which just don't have the damage output of even regular archers, and for them to get their worth they need to have an extended skirmishing phase, which is definitely not what they're getting if they're charging to melee like that. So Berserk is pulling ahead in terms of value, not by much, but still he is. Maybe Capellius can kill Valkia. She's at half HP at the moment and is surrounded by lots of enemies, but that cavalry should also be cycle charging in and out to provide maximum value, but it is the one being sandwiched, right? I'm doing the sandwiching. Martyrs of Khorne, there's also some Chaos Warhounds of Khorne to complete the surrounding maneuver. There we go. Now the cavalry has nowhere to run and should start suffering more and more damage. Yeah, there we go. Dragon Princes, the Fireborn, are out. They're being healed by a regrowth, but I don't think that will help them. They're routed already, they're suffering massive damage. Yeah, the healing is out and that hasn't even returned them onto the battlefield. So that Sorceress or Archmage, not very useful in this regard. Chaos Warriors of Halberds just chilling in the back, just cheering their guys on. But they don't even really need to come in, because Berserk is winning quite convincingly. May not look at value-wise, but just the eye test definitely confirms massive Berserk's advantage, and that Spear of Sleipnir, I think, just even further sealed the deal, getting rid of those 2 remaining units of infantry on the flank. Valke is now free to go and chase after the Archmage on an eagle. What is fire arrows? Is it fire throwing axes or what? Anyway, Reserve Blood, Fireborn are back, but they don't even want to charge in. They're too scared. And those are, indeed, fire throwing axes. What a Giga Chad weapon. Throwing an axe wasn't Chad enough, they need to set them on fire as well. The Iron Reavers could now get some good value by shooting Bloodless of Khorne, which have only 35 armor and no shields. Should have done that before the melee ensued, not in the ending stages of the battle. Murders of Khorne charging into Heralds of the Wind. There's some kind of a spell coming down here. Wow. Yeah, just throw it away on a cavalry that can just easily dodge that. It's not like there wasn't much of a different choice. But yeah, a victory for Berserk, and I think that's the second victory for Khorne. So Khorne is 2-0 in the tournament so far, which I definitely like to see. And what I would also like to see is the quarterfinal match 4 replay. So now we can say we are pretty fast, because we are already establishing who goes into semifinals. Berserk is our first semifinalist, or maybe technically second, because match number 4 was played a little bit earlier. Match number 3 I see not finished yet, and match number 2 also not finished yet. I hope they're at least started.
Could you check the quarterfinal match 3? I think there's a question I'm not too sure about.
Bretonia versus Vampire Coast. Alright, now that's a Vanguard deployment. Let's go. Archangel with Chaos Dwarfs, surrounded by Beastmen. And who the hell was it? Because my old name is in the way of it. Fucking hell, Soarve it is. Soarve with Beastmen. I think he played Beastmen before, so it looks like players are just getting their comfort faction despite the bans. And here's a Sendigor charge, inner bag of Hobgoblin Wolf Riders. I don't think Archangel even saw that coming. And that just straight up eliminates half of their HP with no damage in return to Sendigor. It's just now their barrier is being touched. We do have the blunderbusses there. Harpies diving into the Fireglaves, not necessarily the best of ideas. They does shut the Fireglaves down for a little bit, but blunderbusses would have been a better target. But there's another unit of Harpies going down of those. Plus the Sendigors, I think, are trying to pull in there as well. And 2 units of Sendigors are also charging the Fireglaves. That's also always the trap. It is a ranged unit, but it is also a Spearman unit, or rather a Glaive unit. Either way, has bonus versus cavalry. So charging them, not necessarily the best of idea. But still, it seems that those Sendigors have fared well. And the formation of Chaos Dwarfs they're very much rely on is in Shatters, or Tatters, and it has been shattered. Infernal Iron Sword, throwing their blasting charges into the Spearman Herd. Not necessarily the best target, may have been turned around and threw that into the Centigors. Would have brought much more value that way. But it's still a unit of Infernal Iron Sword who are just not being micromanaged at all at the moment, not even throwing their blasting charges while already being attacked from 2 different directions. But we've got Traitor King coming down onto the Chaos Prophet and the Infernal Castellan, plus some units in the vicinity, I imagine. We've got Bull Centaur Renders, a super powerful unit, at least it used to be, but it got nerfed. Now the regular Centigors are the superior, whatever this type of creature is being called, I guess. You look at them, we're wrecking those guys which are twice as big as them. There is more than twice as many of them. 20 numbers, and these men are proving that to be quite effective. And Infernal Iron Swordsmen, Iron Sworn, aren't really getting the value they should be getting, although they haven't lost much HP yet. But if there will be the only units left on the battlefield, that won't help much, as they'll just probably rout before being able to utilize their value in full. Now they're trying to pull out, trying to catch Centigors? I don't know. I mean, they're pulling from the Spearman Herd, so it's not like it's gonna hurt them. In Arena it would, but not in Fantasyland, where you can just pull through enemies and just ignore them as you walk past them, and they're not going to hurt you, apparently. Some Centigors have been caught up, but Soarve does pretty well with micromanaging his units, which really the same can be said about Archangel, who's just been caught out again and again by the complete surround bunker deployment from Soarve, so really well played there, utilizing that guerrilla warfare, let's say, maybe gorilla, since they're beastmen. But there aren't any gorillas in Warhammer.
Shame.
So there is that. We've got...
New gorilla faction win.
Well, the Shaman has enough mana for another Traitor King, dropping it here on the Infernal Iron Sword. Probably the best possible idea, but looks like it will be cast on the Infernal Castellan instead. Also a good target. A Doombull, a Gorbull is going to die after him. They're both on very low HP, so the Infernal Castellan might just win it. Nope. Got hit and routed, while Doombull is left at 5 leadership. Having an army to back him up definitely helped out. And that is a victory for Beastman, for Soarve. Soarve is our older semi-finalist. Waiting for the results between Zurihan and Pigman. We know Berserk is waiting for the results between Mirovoy and Chimbambu.
Yep.
So I think that's all the upper brackets replays. So we are caught up with the upper bracket. So let's have a look at it.
Speaking of upper and lower bracket, I think there's something wrong in the formulas, because Acapelius did not appear in the 5th place bracket. I don't know if we could fix that.
Right, I'm gonna do live coding.
Yes,
Where was he
it's the
supposed to
voting
show up?
screen now. Supposed to show up in 5th place, round 1, match 1. The second one.
True. Looks like I somehow missed and haven't changed those values.
That's okay, it happens. We caught it. There we come.
I changed most of them.
Yeah, can you check the rest of them to see if they're correct?
I am already correcting them.
Awesome.
Covering my code on stream, I feel so naked.
They're Did you know there are literally coding streams out there?
I know.
That's. I think that's great. The same thing is happening in 13th place match and 15th place matches, by the way.
Fuck's sake. I was pretty sure I made those. What the hell?
It happens. Oh, good.
Why did I make this like here? No, it's also wrong here. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Just for our viewers, so that you guys know how much effort we're putting into this nonsense.
No, 13th place bracket is fine. The values there are correct.
The by people did not appear.
Oh, like over here. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. See what you have done, people. You haven't provided any replays, and I am just coding.
Yeah. Coding will continue until replays improve. Which is honestly sometimes worse than beatings.
Here. And we have... how many people? 13. And you've already put Slade Axe in 16th place. It'll be like this.
Of the final standings.
And I guess just 0-0 because... nobody there. Getting him to 0. Or maybe, I don't know, it's 0-0 because he hasn't finished the tournament. But yeah, this bracket, I mean, it's not entirely full because we're lacking these people, but from here on out, this is fully manned. So we're having both round 2 matches, and then we're gonna have both the 9th place match and 11th place match, as long as neither of these players drop out. And we've got Angel versus Sotter. That should be pretty nice. Alfred versus Innominandum. Both new players to our tournament. So I guess fitting that they're meeting in the lower bracket. Learning the ropes.
We've got 4 games being played right now. One of them I'm still trying to confirm.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, they completed a draft. There were a few hiccups, but now they should be in game. So we should be getting another wave of replays shortly.
Once Mirovoy and Chimbambu and Pigman and Zurihan finish their battles, that will spawn 4 new matches out of these 2, because both semi-finals and both 5th place bracket round 1 matches will be able to go on their way at the same time, so that's pretty good. So it's not like one side of the bracket is going ahead of the other one.
Well, the lower bracket, as expected, is gonna be finished a little ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they also have fewer battles because it's no longer equal.
Yeah, and it's also best of 1.
Yeah, it is by design. So my thought process behind that decision was essentially that since these are like lower skill, so usually also newer players, they usually want to finish faster as well. And then if they finish faster, they might tune in and watch the finals as well, instead of being busy playing.
True. And this is something we learned from our previous tournaments. It's just people care less about the lower bracket, the players themselves, I mean.
I mean, multiple people would like, oh, I've lost. I'm no longer in contention for the win. I'm just gonna drop out. So that's a little bit sad. Because we want to provide a good experience for like all skill brackets, and they just get separated like that, just by the results of their matches, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe while we're waiting for the semifinals to happen, or for the replays to come, let's get their drafts on the board. Let's see Chimbabwe versus Mirovoy. Alfred is saying, I'm definitely going to come back for more battles. Well, I'm glad you're liking it. But you're still in the tournament, right? Yeah. Shouldn't you be playing Innominandum? Or maybe are you just waiting for him to ready up or something? Anyway, appreciate the chat. Looks like Angel and Sutter are also drafting. Yeah, and they should be playing. Good luck, I found literally just dropped this minute. Okay, Mirovoy. Starting with Sinch. I don't think we've seen that Sinch pick yet in this tournament. I mean, definitely not on the battlefield, but even the 3 factions picked. Hiles from Chimbabwe seems like a popular pick, but hasn't necessarily worked in one of the quarterfinal battles we just watched. The Demons of Chaos. I think Demons of Chaos are more popular in domination, and they just make more sense in domination because of their disintegration mechanic.
Yep.
I guess it's very easy to just get caught out by the sudden army losses. I mean, once you get army losses, you lose anyway, right? But like,
well, because of their morale mechanics, they don't even rout.
Yeah,
So
but
that is...
yeah, disintegrating is their equivalent of running, but I feel like it's easier for them to disintegrate because they care more about like the other units around them dying, whereas in domination,
Yes.
not really.
Yep, agreed.
Well, we don't even know if that's gonna be played. Because Warriors of Chaos and Vampire counts for Mirovoy to round out his roster. It looks like they're just getting into the battle. So they took like 12 minutes to prepare their armies. Yikes. So we're gonna wait a while for that replay. We got a different replay. One day people will read like the match thread and follow the instructions. One day. It has only been a year after all. Okay, so it looks like the replay of the draft also shows just how long the pause was, so I just skip it. I will just skip all the steps, all the waiting, just do step by step. So 7th matchup, so this one, so that will be Vampire Counts versus High Elves. And we got fourth matchup, which is High Elves versus Warriors of Chaos. You get the drift. Now it's High Elves versus SUNTZU. So High Elves have been completely banned out, so we're not going to see them. We got the 8th matchup, which is Demons of Chaos versus Vampire Counts. 9th matchup, Lizardmen versus Vampire Counts. It's pretty easy once you get a hang of it. Demons of Chaos versus SUNTZU banned, and then we've got SUNTZU versus Lizardmen banned. And then for the last one, so I think we're finished with Warriors of Chaos and Demons of Chaos. That's the 5th one. Yep. And on the maps, the random picks at the end. 6th map, which in the case for quarterfinals will be Prague. So we've got the replay for quarterfinal match number 3, but I'm just gonna put it on screen. Put the draft on this screen real quick. What the hell happened here? I mean, something happened, but I'm gonna hide it as not to spoil it. I'm gonna power through it anyway, but at least introduce some suspense. So, Kislev, Empire, Dwarves, Peacemen, SUNTZU, High Elves, Band, then we have Zurihan with Bretonnia, Skaven and Vampire Coast for Pigment. Random Greenskins pick. I wonder if you run out of time or just press random, I don't know. Demons of Chaos, probably run out of time. And Random Nurgle as a response. Okay, Giga Chat Pigment. Okay, let's see. Random. Okay, first matchup. Random 6, random 8. Just just all random, sure. And that is second matchup. So second matchup is the random. No, it's not the random Greenskins. It's Bretonnia versus Vampire Coast, which I would definitely favor for Bretonnia. But let's see how they played it out. The map will be map number 3, which is Blasted Lands. Okay. Got that replay. Bretonnia. The Royal Hippogriff Knights, Grail Knights, Knights Around. Oh, those are not Grey Knights. Those are Knights of the Realm, I think. Anyway, then a bunch of peasants, some with polearms, some with bows, some with forks, or whatever that's called. Not a fork.
Pitchfork.
Pitchfork, there we go. I knew fork something.
Happens.
And then some swords. And then a grey relic. Then we've got Aranessa Salt Spite with a Lore of Vampires caster, whatever he is called. He's Vampire Fleet Captain, sure. And then, as is customary for Vampire Pirates, just a bunch of zombies, some handgunners that has a higher quality. We've got some artillery, just regular mortars, powering in, forcing Bretonnia to come in. There are 2 forests on the way though, so they can be used as hiding spots from the artillery fire. Some more zombies with polearms guarding those artillery units. And then just some more handgunners. So just a bunch of zombies as an outer shield. Then some handgunners, 5 units of handgunners in the center. And some rotting Prometheans gunnery mob. So a bit more of firepower and more melee power in the center. But that's about it. For now, it's peasant mobs. It's like zombies versus zombies essentially. Anyway, they're soaking up the damage, the initial volleys. mortars, got rid of the peasant bowmen with fire arrows. Well, got rid of them. They're wavering, but should be gone, yeah, exactly, pretty soon. Grey Relic is YOLOing. Could get focused fired, but as long as it isn't finished, doesn't really matter. Also, speaking of focusing and finishing, the archers are doing a pretty good job of just focusing the zombie pirate gunnery mob, handgunners. Gotta say the full name, right? Full name, right? Which is a key unit for vampire pirates. And then come the cavalry charges. These are just regular zombie pirate deck and mobs, not with pole arms, as those are in the back. So charging zombies with no bonus versus large frontally seems like a pretty good idea, but didn't look like a good idea for these guys. And either for these, as they got focused by the gunnery mobs, who are putting out some decent damage. These guys got deleted. These guys are next in line to be deleted, so really 3 units left. Never mind. Make that 2, because these guys just got charged. Those zombies with polearms, I guess they're preventing the cavalry from charging the mortars. But are mortars getting that much value? Not really. They're trying to focus the archers, but the archers are hidden in a forest. So I imagine some of those mortar projectiles are getting stuck in the trees. And here come the Royal Hippogriff Knights. They could just dive the mortars and not give a fuck about the zombie pirate deck and mobs with polearms. They're going to dive the zombie pirate gunnery mob. Whichever target they choose, it's going... He's super fat? What the hell? They're already... What is happening? Why are they taking so much damage? I don't know if that has been cast, but... They just crumbled like zombies. What the hell? Just some shitty zombie pirate mobs? Is that what killed them? 700 value on these guys. I mean, the Royal Hippogriff Knights are like 2.2k. I don't even see any value on whoever might have done this. Or was it a spell? Was it Fate of Buna? This guy doesn't have Fate of... Well, that's, yeah, that's a lot of death. I don't know if Wind of Death has been cast, but both sides have a decent amount of winds of magic, 15. Well, so, yeah, vampire pirates cannot cast the Wind of Death at the moment. There would be some decent targets over here for doing just that. The caster is down to half HP. But it is looking good for vampire pirates. Invocation of Nahek is keeping the rotting Prometheans healthy. The cavalry has just absolutely failed. It just got obliterated anytime they got close. It's really those handgunners who have massive damage against Hippogriff Knights. They do have armor piercing missiles, so there is that. And these guys don't have shields. But still. I feel like that was very unfortunate. I wouldn't say maybe necessarily that turned the tide of battles, but I'm not a fan of what I saw. Let's say that was really weird for those Hippogriff Knights to just go down like that. And Bertonia brought full 20 units, so it's not really like they could have just brought more cheaper cavalry. But it is Pyrrhic victory for vampire pirates. I would say it was a surprise, but it wasn't, because Zurihan just straight up said, "Oh, I lost him," before posting the replay, so not cool. Okay, quarterfinal match number 2. We do have a replay, and we have a spoiler. let's complete watching quarterfinals, as it will be a while before we get anything more. Okay, Midovoy, Giga Chad, Kolek pick. Let's go. So, I've got Kolek, exalted hero of Tsinch, more Hostmasters, more Horsemen, more Hostmasters, and then just more Marauders, but this time Foot not Masters. Blue Fire of Tsinch with some cheap damage into more Hostmasters, sure. 137 value. We've got Pavane of Slanesh. That deals quite a lot of direct damage, plus causes them to go on a rampage, should attack the nearest target, but can't really land. There we go, and Kolek is going to go after him. The rampage has ended. And we've got some whatever this is called, Warfire. Well, Zarivik is getting wrecked. Down to half HP, Pavane of Slanesh with that rampage, forcing him to come down in the middle of the formation. But that formation has just been blasted by the Changebringers. And there's another big blob that is getting blasted by another unit of Changebringers. They need to be careful as they are very, very fragile units. And the Mother Hostmasters can return fire. But that's 600 value on them already. Shrieking Skyrace not doing as well. These Changebringers, they have their barrier. They're picking a target that is isolated instead of firing into this massive blob. Just sacrifice the Furies, but deal 3 times as much damage essentially. Still 500 value on these guys. That is a beautiful sight to see from those Changebringers. 1000 value on these already. And there's some Sourgats with pink fires. Too good. And that's plenty of cavalry units routed already. So not much answers to the Changebringers. The Shrieking Skyrace will be dealt with by the Marauder Horsemen of corner throwing axes in the background. The Shrieking Skyrace, despite being anti-large and armor piercing, well, the armor piercing doesn't really come handy in here. But either way, despite being a pretty good regiment of renown, they have been dealt with pretty convincingly. Oh, that volley kinda missed. Imagine if it just landed in the middle of all 3 units here. The Changebringers forced to run away. It's still 11 out of 12. That's a Tsinch army ability. 11 out of 12 models, so their damage output is still near the maximum. But I don't see the other end of Changebringers. Must have been dealt with in the meantime. And Warriors of Chaos are still going strong. Kolek is at full HP, whereas Demons of Chaos Lord has been defeated at the very beginning of the battle. As also the Exalted Hero of Tsinch is constantly harassing the Changebringers. I think Changebringers could just kind of ignore him, because he's not gonna deal that much damage in melee, or just not that fast. And let you just start dishing damage in return, which is exactly what they're doing. These guys can just kill 1 Changebringer at a time, so it's not going to be very fast. And the Demons of Chaos, Chimbabu, really needs that damage on board. He still has the Exalted Plague Bears of Nurgle at full HP, but that is just about it. And I imagine even Kolek himself will be able to deal with all of them. A decent volley from the Changebringers, but they have been disintegrated by the Exalted Hero. And obviously, well, massive advantage to Warriors of Chaos. All that's left are those Nurgle units making a last stand on the capture point, capturing it, but would have to hold out for 8.5 minutes, which isn't happening because all of them are disintegrating already. So, GG, and Mirovoy advances to the semi-final, and we are going to have a VM matchup in semi-final number 1.
Okay, now we are in the best of 3 portion of the tournament.
Okay. Let's have a look at the bracket then. How do they win 2-0 if it's best of
That's
one?
just a hack that I made because 1-0 wasn't taking it, but 2-0 worked because I think you forgot to change it to best of 1 in your formula.
No, I did. Been updated to 1-0. So yeah, all best of ones are concluded.
Yep.
So the third round concluding here, before we even got to semifinals, despite two best of one rounds preceding it, either way. So props to these guys for just playing faster.
Yeah.
So, still here.
You do have to go in about an hour, so that's great. You should be able to handle just the grand final. We should be at the last leg.
Who has to go?
I do.
Oh. Did you say you have to go at like 6 PM your time?
No, 2 p.m. my time. Well, 2 p.m. is when it starts, so I'll need some time to prepare.
Oh yeah, it's at 18 GMT. I just saw 18. I mean, it was at 2 AM for me, so
Yeah.
didn't process that correctly.
I sent it to GMT. Yep, all good. Alright, looks like we got a few matches currently ongoing.
We should have the drafts in the semifinals, so let me put that app on the screen.
Yes.
We need to stop thinking in best of one matrices, or matrices, I don't know.
Matrices.
Start thinking in regular best of good old best of threes draft. I mean, not regular good old because map bans have been introduced to them. God damn it. I need a translator apparently to understand what they're talking about.
He says press ready, select the map. For selecting the map. Oh, there we go. That's your question. Looks like semifinal 2 is also having the problem.
I don't know, pick one of them. So like he just relinquishes his right to pick the map, which is supposed to counter the faction that Soarve picked.
Yeah, it sounds like we made the system way too complicated, and just switching the systems between best of
No,
one
it
and best of
isn't.
three
Come
is
on,
too much.
everyone. Most people, I won't say everyone, but most people have been using the system correctly for a year. So, not really.
I don't know, it seems like players are struggling.
There is a brand new draft guide that explains everything very neatly in a very nice and readable format, if I would say so myself.
It is. Seems like they weren't reading it.
And you can absolutely counter the enemy counter faction by picking a map that their faction sucks at but your is good at. Happened multiple times in our tournaments, so I would say map counter pick is just as strong or similarly strong as the faction counter pick. And also, both Pigman and Soarve have played with that draft in our tournaments before. It's not their first tournament. Pigman's is like, I don't know, he's been in most of our tournaments. It's nothing new for him. Okay, the drafts have concluded, so I can now show them on stream. Back to back, let's say. So, let's start with Pigman versus Soarve. So this is the good old best of 3 drafts we know and love, but with the introduction, or just the inclusion of map bans into the draft itself on the website, rather than banning the maps on Discord. There is a change though, because it used to be 5 maps and just 1 map ban per player. But now I've changed it so that all map pools are 7 maps, and just the amount of bands is appropriate, let's say, fit to the size of the series. Anyway, random Skaven ban, because why not? Then Dwarves and Vampire, because it's banned by Pigman. Kislev, Demons of Chaos, Empire, banned by Soarve. Get High Elves by Pigman, Beastman and Lizardman by Soarve. Dark Elves Siege by Pigman. I'm waiting for the last peak from Soarve. And that will be Tomb Kings. They're coming back from the depth of getting nerfed. Because Tomb Kings used to be one of the top picks, then they got nerfed, and they just immediately dropped out of meta into the abyss. They weren't like balanced, they were just bad. But now the Community Wars fix has been banned, and there were some, I think, costs adjustments across the board. Making their core units slightly cheaper, which apparently was enough to bring them back into meta. Okay, let's keep waiting for this because I have no idea how long they took. Random map ban. I would expect this another map ban to also be random because I think Pigman just underestimates how powerful map picks are. Soarve doesn't, so that's good to see. For the map pool for the semi-finals,
we got a replay. 5th place replay.
I'll check that out. Anyway, the map pool is Black Ark, Crossroads, Dokkaras, Forest of Shadows, Peak Pass, Turning Grounds, Tower of Hoeth. I mean, maybe they're banning random maps because they just don't know these maps. They're CA maps, so most of these people, I imagine, are just used to the maps from mods.
Which CA is finally incorporating them into their own map pool.
For Domination, yes, but this is Conquest. Yeah. Conquest is just fully CA maps, not a single modder map. And we are left with map 3, map 1 and map 7, which would be Black Ark, Dokkaras and Tower of Hoeth. So that is for Pigman versus Soarve, and he is Berserk versus Mirovoy. Let's just go for it quickly. Kislev ban, Lizardman, Dwarfs, Demons of Chaos, Random Wood Elves ban, and Empire. Berserk. First picked Siege, not Khorne, but maybe the Khorne pick is still yet to come. Berserk usually picks it last because it's not a contested pick. Got Slanesh though, Nurgle, tell me he's picked Khorne, Greenskins, goddammit. And Beastman. So 3 out of 4 Chaos Gods picked. But the Giga Chaddest of them all hasn't been picked. And now they're left with map 3, 4 and 7, which is Dokkaras, Forest of Shadows and Tower of Hoeth. Fifth place bracket round 1, match 2. That is also a best of 3 series. We've got Archangel versus Zurihan down there. Looks like they very quickly, within 2 minutes, pick their next faction, send them up. That's what I like to see. Looks like the other 5th place bracket, round 1, match 1 is also on their way. So, we're waiting for the semi-finals, although I see GG
We do
coming
have
out.
some replays. We've got a 9th place replay. Yep. 5th place. Match 1.
Try to get them to post the replay in semi-final too. And I'm just gonna go into a replay. So we've got Archangel versus Zorihan, Skaven versus Grand Cafe, 2 factions that we haven't seen today yet. And then we've got High Elves versus also Skaven, Chimbambu versus Capilius. Let's go for a completely new match across the Satan. Holy shit, hell yeah. Let's go. Satan, easy. One of my favorite units in the entire game. Just looks super cool. Has a super cool ability that has been nerfed to shit. See, please fakes. Just get back to what it was. I know it was OP, but it was cool. Ren Skaven. They have... Those are Doom Flyers, not Doom Wheels, I believe. And I've got some Poison Wind Globadiers. Some Night Runners or Gutter Runners, Rat Augurs. And just a Skaven Slave and Clan Rat front line. Or back line, I guess. Yeah, Gutter Runners. Satan begins from sniping the mutant Rat Augur. Regiment of Renown. I think this one missed. Trying to snipe Ikitclaw. He is fast though. Well, 70 and 72, so speed is similar. Ikitclaw might be a little bit less maneuverable though. Gataran with poison. Going after sighting, and there's some spell I hear here. Oh, it's just a transformation, Geoming transformed into his dragon form. Those Gataraners are scoring some nice backshots into Satan. Lost like what, 10% HP? Yeah, or maybe it's slightly more. So is Xiaoming going to suffer the same fate? Exposing himself like so? Looks like it. A bit of a dragon breath, but mostly missed. The cafe don't have any ranged units. It's a fully melee cafe build. Well, apart from Satan. Which is a pretty good sniper. Naked Claw got hit now. In terms of damage, it's roughly the same, but Skaven with a slight advantage. But now Zhao Ming diving in into the gutter runners, preventing them from shooting anymore. Skaven is already defeated. Obviously, another gutter runner unit called by cavalry, it's Peasant Horsemen, and the Dragon Breath routing Clan Rats. That's pretty good. Cafe is doing pretty well on that flank. It's also doing pretty well on this one. As well, with the combination of cavalry and Onyx Crowmen, who are buffing each other with Yin and Yang, ensuring that crucial harmony buff. I mean, Crowmen don't really benefit from it, but the cavalry surely does. 4 melee attack and 4 melee defense. Oh, there is a... whatever this spell is called. From Skaven, I need the Peasant Long Spearman. A crappy unit, but it will deal some nice damage. The engagement over here a little bit desynchronized. Jade Warriors nowhere near the front lines, whereas the cavalry has already dispersed, largely died. Zhao Ming also down to like 20% HP, probably less. Whereas Wicked Claw still at half. Being sniped by Satan, but he's getting a little bit disrupted. There we go. Dodged last second. Well played there. Still, in terms of value, it is advantage to Grand Cafe. The Jade Warriors finally made it to the front lines, but they don't have the Harmony buff. Some Onyx Crowmen could fly over there and provide it to them. They're dying quite quickly. The Rat Augurs, the Mutant Rat Augur, and the Doomflyers. They have been hit by the Poison Wind, but there's some pretty big friendly fire involved. But now both units of Cafe are routed, Jade Warriors and Peasant Long Spearmen. There is not really any front line left, apart from one unit of Spearmen for Grand Cafe. There is a Celestial Lion though. Zhao Ming is healed up a little bit through his burning Vambraces. But he doesn't have any more healing. That Dragon Breath is going to be very effective. Obviously it was more effective against his own Spearmen. There's not many more units left to anchor for Grand Cafe. Satan himself is worth quite a lot, but it's a 3k difference, 3.5 even difference for Grand Cafe. Wicked Claw just got crucially sniped, makes him waver. If the Goon Squad of Zhao Ming and Celestial Lion dive after Wicked Claw, it could be the end of him. Skaven realized the threat that Satan is and now trying to dive after him with Doomflyers, the Mutant Rat Augur and Rat Augurs. Satan used over half of his ammunition. I mean, this arrow missed, but nonetheless, Wicked Claw is routed. Looks like Jade Lancers will be sent to escort him off the battlefield and make sure he doesn't return. Onyx Crowmen are doing the same for the Gutter Runners. And it is just not much Skaven left. Their front lines also collapsed very quickly, and Sighting is still considerably strong melee fighter with lots of HP. 8,500 still left to go. And that's army losses for Skaven and a Pyrrhic victory for Grand Cafe. We got a semi-final match though. for the battle. Semi-final 1 is just starting. The semi-final 2 are a little bit ahead in terms of progress. I like how the lower bracket people have like more of a grip on the rules than the upper bracket dudes. Looks like they just cared and actually read the guide.
Yeah.
And they're operating quite efficiently because post replay says his pick right away, and then the other guy just a minute later. That's my counter pick. And I was like, all right, this very same minute, the map is this. Cool.
Yeah.
And they play.
Exactly, like it's supposed to be like this. It's just that they don't read the instructions, so.
Okay. As I said, I have semi-final replay. But I wonder if I should go into this or maybe cast this one as well. Give the semi-finalists a little bit more time to get them a head start in terms of replays. I think I'll just do that. Do I win 11 if my opponent is a fly? Probably. Yeah, it looks like Sutter went missing. Yeah, it's been 20 minutes. Yeah. Seems pretty Conquest after me.
Do we give him one win or the whole round?
Whole round is just not there. It's a best of 3.
Ah.
Hope in the code it is. Yay, it is.
Yeah, it is. It is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those ones I think I've done all of them correctly. Yes, I did. I mean, we'll see, but I've tested that. I remember testing that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember testing the entire bracket. So how the hell did these errors slip through?
Happens. You probably that's why you should be writing test scripts. Like if X happens, then Y. But that's okay. These things happen.
So wait, we watched Archangel versus Zurihan, right? That was Zurihan win. I'm not showing the bracket on the stream. So there it is.
I was saving those for when we know who won the whole thing. That's why.
It's fine. Visualization can be there.
Alright.
As long as it has been shown on stream.
Okay, I closed the 11th place match. So we've got 10 more matches left.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
I've made a mistake.
What did you do?
I am recording on the wrong hard drive. But I can just move stuff from one to the other.
Yeah, you can.
And I'll be fine on the screens in front. I was like, damn, these recordings eat up a lot of space. Nope, turns out I just recorded on the wrong drive. Okay, so after I do that, we're gonna go into a replay. We don't want to risk it lagging. Second replay. And this is... But did you... What the hell?
Did I what?
No, you didn't. But why did those disappear? What the fuck?
What disappeared?
All the round of 16 matches and everything.
I just closed those.
As in, like, people cannot respond anymore in them?
Yeah. As far as I know, is that what close means?
Why? We never did that. There's no point in doing
it puts them in older posts. It creates a little bit organization thing for me. They can still respond,
organization,
but it just puts them older posts.
Berserk used spoilers, let's go! Giga Chat,
right?
The first one to do it.
Finally, after 3 seasons, he learned how to
Or
do it.
after 2 seasons. The third one is just started.
Yes.
We're into a whole new world of using spoilers. By the way, shout out to Khalid, and he was always like... He read the rules and was following them. Khalid is the Giga Chattest of them all. In that regard. Okay. Not quest battle, replay. We've got this now. So this could be concluded. Archangel versus Zorihan. But I promise I would cast this. Chimabu versus Capellis, then we're gonna go into semi-finals, like, properly. Alright. So we got Hiles for Chimambu. I think again. He's been only playing Hiles so far. So 5 minutes of cavalry, 6, 7. 5 of them screening, mostly Illyrian River archers. Or 3 Illyrian River archers and 4 melee cavalry. And then classic core of spearmen and Lothern Sea Guard. This couple is Skaven. We've got some wolf rats, gutter runners. I've also seen some what are they called? Death Globe mortars. There we go. And they have some range. Where is range? It's not 85. What? That's not 85 range. Is it bugged? And these guys apparently have 165, which is the correct value, but this is shorter than this at 85. What the fuck? I don't get it. Probably a bug. Anyway, Illyrian River Arch is trying to pull through into the avalanche mortars. They do manage to disrupt them, but not really land any significant damage because they have been swarmed by multiple units. We have Ixa's Triads in here as well, a very powerful anti-cavalry unit. And another unit of Illyrian Rivers also failed to achieve anything, but at least it escaped to threaten the Skaven backline once more in the future. Wolf Rats chases some cavalry, landing into the Spearmen. The Skaven formation has been largely disrupted, but that being said, Skaven have also managed to deal way more damage so far than the High Elves. The cavalry roaming the backline, and it looks like this time the avalanche mortars will eat the charge. Downhill charge straight into the butts. They didn't take that much damage, but there's only Skaven slaves in there to help them. And there's another unit of Illyrian Reavers who are dealing with gutter runners. Another unit of gutter runners have dealt with the Illyrian Reaver archers though. The core of Skaven slaves and Iksha Triads and some Rat Ogres, plus the single entities, brought down clean, plus Gorage, have sunken deep into the Highland formation, punching for the Spearmen into the Dolphin's Sea Guard, but they are equipped with spears, so they will be able to counter the Rat Ogres at the very least and not be complete pushovers in melee, which gives more time to Dolphin Sea Guards to deal their damage. And if you look at the damage and value on the field, it's roughly equal. So High Elves are striking back, largely due to the cavalry disruption. Mortars are no longer effective, and they have only dealt 450 damage as value while costing themselves 1500. And there's no way they are dealing any more in this situation, being sandwiched between Fireborn and Spearmen. And there's even more cavalry and units around them. We've got Teclis as a caster, with Regrowth and Flock of Doom. Plus his bound Fiery Convocation. Can't wait to see that spell because it looks absolutely amazing. And speaking of seeing it, we should have seen it earlier on when the Skaven frontline dove the backline of Elephant Sea Guards, but it didn't come out then. Maybe it won't come out ever. Teclis is just now used to escort Skaven slaves off the battlefield. But High Elves are now quite comfortably ahead, so maybe Teclis can be let to do that and waste time like that. Still, I would prefer to see him spend his time more efficiently. It looks like the only thing left for Skaven are those two single entities. Everything else is either shattered, or routed, or wavering. They don't even know what to do with themselves, just completely surrounded from all sides by missile units. Prod the Unclean, eating most of those missiles. Fireborn now coming in with their flaming attacks, so it'll be more effective against Fraud the Unclean, who has regeneration. It'll also have his healing, and there we go. Skaven admin defeat, or maybe they just routed, but I think they were a little bit away from army losses just yet. So Capellius just gave up, saying that there is no way he's going to win. And yeah, those Fireborn did pretty well. Teclis not so much. Offense Sea Guards was already good. Mostly did its job. Let's get into the semifinals. We've got 2 replays from semifinal match number 2 already. So the series could be over
We got
But maybe
plenty
it
of
isn't.
replays right now. Yep, we got the new wave of replays right now.
Okay, semi-final match 2, Battle 1. High Elves again, damn, they're popular. Imrik this time. So not only High Elves are popular, pretty much every time we see them, there is a different build. That's quite exciting. And it's not like they're dominating and winning every single battle. So it just looks like a very well-balanced faction. Anyway, this is a pretty classic build as far as Wood Elves are High Elves are concerned, with Imrik plus a live caster, so essentially putting all of their eggs in one basket. And Imrik is additionally being escorted by 2 units of Dragon Princes, one of them Regiment of Renown. We've got Citizens of Avalorn though, and the Fire Archers, able to dish out that massive range damage. Focus Kroggar, for example, or maybe those Pterodon Riders, or Reproductive Riders. They're melee, so they will be diving after the archers, but Dragon Princes are there to defend them. And Imrik already YOLOing down onto Kroggar, taking a massive chunk out of him. 20% down already. Imrik suffering some damage himself as well. The Javelin Fire, he's doing some decent damage. Saber Swords are also going to help Kroggar out. We've got War Lions of Strays just thrown into a massive blob. Does the spellcaster have dwellers below? No, that would be a massive opportunity to punish the blobbing. But there's nothing to punish it with. Well, Imrik's Breath. But Imrik is preoccupied, but he should be winning these duels. But he really isn't. In terms of like percentage HP, it has been roughly equal, but that's because Lizardman had massive help from other regular units. Mage of Life should go ahead and heal Imrik. It's also Earthblood, so AoE heal instead of regrowth. And there's nothing in the area to heal other than Imrik anyway. Plus Skin Cohort, sneaking onto the Mage of Life. Just ignoring it actually, just going after the archers, but being intercepted by the Fireborn, who are all over the place, being stacked on various units. Now we've got Feral Cold Ones finishing what the Skinks have started and charging into the Sisters of Avalorn, shutting them down. They have down 600 damages value, so not that bad, but not that good either. Ranged units should bring their value in damage, and they have definitely fell short of that. That being said, High Elves do have 1000 value advantage despite some of the misadventures of Imrik. Kroggar is now isolated, no allies nearby to really help him, so Imrik looking to chase him down. Poison being applied though, it slows him down and lowers his damage. But will that save Kroggar? Kroggar has joined his friends. Now there's a breath. Not very effective. Saber's Warriors, pretty decent target. Maybe over here would be a little bit better. But Imrik wants to dive Kroggar as quickly as possible, which is what he does, and with one last final bite ends his life, which now sends Lizardman into a massive rout and should secure a victory for Pigman's High Elves. As Lizardmen don't really have any good frontline units left, with Saber's Warriors with 30% HP, Skin Cohort with 30%, and there are Sacred Croxigors. Maybe I have spoken too soon. The Dragon Princes are now being sent after them, Spearmen are giving chase, Dragon Horn now used by Imrik, so it's a map-wide buff to melee attack, helping out these soldiers. And those Sacred Corxigors are also going down considerably fast. So those AoE heals from the Mage of Life would be decent now. Mage of Life is just hanging back over here, but it doesn't matter. Lizardmen have acknowledged the High Elven superiority. Pigman is leading the series 1-0. It is a best of 3. And we are going to jump into the second battle immediately. So this is Tomb Kings versus Siege. Tower of Hoeth. That would be a nice place to watch. High Elf's fine.
Okay, Mistral, I gotta head out to prepare for my next tournament. I think
You call it
have
tournaments, but those are campaigns.
It's a campaign tournament for $350. It's a tournament.
It's trying to make it a thing, but it's not a thing.
There's more money involved than all of our games combined. So they're more of a tournament than we have ever hosted. Hopefully one day, though.
Tournament, whatever. Tomb Kings. Soarve has Chosen of the Gods. Goodbye, Arcanon. And as peculiar stalkers, Eyes of the Desert. They are invisible. Have just ambushed Chaos Furies. So have the Chaos Furies ambushed them? We're going to find out they are anti-large. Chaos Furies are small. Ha ha ha. Jokes on them. There's also the Chimerian War Sphinx. Or Necro Sphinx, rather. Yeah, I knew it was moving a little bit differently and looking a little bit differently. Either way, those Furies are no more. They leave to fight another day. They'll fight on the same day, just a little bit later. And Tomb Kings, with their Carrion and Skeleton Horsemen, with Vanguard deployment, are all over that Singe's backline. The Exalted Pink Horse of Singe, yeah, they definitely are not liking what they're seeing. So, the entire army is engaged pretty much immediately. So now this is just a stat check. And these guys are getting wrecked by that spells, plus this peculiar stalkers missile fire. They run away from the Chaos Warriors of Singe as they are anti-large armor piecing. They are pretty good counter. But here is still the Spearmen to just soak up their pressure. And that's a spell. Final Transmutation upgraded. And the Necro Sphinx just straight up walked into it. So, that goes going to eat quite a lot of damage. We've got metal. So that's him. 1100 value. And I imagine most of it was from the Final Transmutation. So that was a pretty good cast. And the battle is still just about even, with a slight advantage for Tomb Kings. And the ITIS does confirm that. We have that Chimerian War Sphinx in here as well, versus just some exalted Pink Horrors and Chaos Furies. The main units for Siege would still be the Chaos Warriors with Halberds here, going against Cetra on tiny little fragile horse. Lucky for him, that horse should be fast enough to run away into safety. Lamprey's Bite now taking a huge chunk of damage out of these Skeleton Spearmen. And some Chaos Furies are being summoned. Yep. Let's see what they can achieve. You could go after Ushapti. They're gonna go after the Eyes of the Desert. But yeah, that Sintian Lord is not having a good time at the moment. Going up in the air, two Sphinxes are staring him down, daring him to go down, as he's gonna take care of the remaining remainder of his army. In the meantime, the Lord YOLOs in, dies after Cetra, and dies in front of Cetra. Or before Cetra. You know, before and after. Had a perfect analogy there and failed to deliver it. I'm not ready to be a professional caster just yet. But I'm learning. I need to learn English first, I feel like. Because today has been rough. Either way, that's a victory for Tomb Kings, tying up the series 1-1. Hello there, Gojira. Long time no see. And we have a third replay from the semifinals. From that semifinal, to be precise. So let's just go ahead and watch it. So we have all three battles in quick succession shown on the stream. And see who advances to the grand final and who drops down to the third place match. We've got Beastmen versus Dark Elves on Black Ark, so Dark Elves are going to have a buff. Well, we've got Malagor, the Speedy Boy, Jabber's Life again. Last time we saw Jabber's Life, it performed abysmally bad. Then the standard Sangors, no, it's not Sangors, Centigors, spam, and some Pestigors to round it out, and that's pretty much it. No, obviously the Butchers of Kakengrad, such a powerful unit. For the side of Dark Elves, we've got Lokil Felheart, or Warhammer. No, I think that's kind of this. Let me see. Yeah, it is kind of this, yeah. But this guy doesn't have regeneration, nor a breath ability. There's poison and anti-large. Target size CA please fix. Indeed, there is a lot of things that CA should fix, but only after bringing Total War Arena back. We've got Doomfire Warlocks, they have a Lesser Doombolt and Soul Blight. Lesser Doombolt is quite a powerful bombardment ability, or spell rather. Using it against Pestigors, I imagine, will be the best target, unless Centigors decide to blob up. But either way, it's a massive cavalry force, but I think Sangor's Windows. And supporting them, we have Black Ark Corsairs. Thematically accurate with Loki Felheart. On his dragon, diving after the Centigors, but not reaching just quite yet. Sisters of Singing Doom have been damaged by those throwing axes, and they're eager to charge into battle, but they have no armor whatsoever, so they're going to take massive damage from those throwing axes. And I've got Dark Riders charging in together with the Sisters of Singing Doom into a big melee, and those Dark Riders are getting obliterated. Just look at that health bar melt. It still shows full HP from the recent damage thingy. Anyway, on the other side, roughly an equal fight so far. Dark Riders pushing through into the Centigors, just engaging, but it's melee cavalry versus melee cavalry. Doomfire Warlocks engaged as well, not using their spells. The beginning of the battle is when those spells are most effective, because that's where the biggest blobs are presenting themselves. Morale issue, that's what I say. That was fast. I mean, it was pretty doomed for the Dark Elves, I would say. It didn't look good. But I wouldn't say it was unwinnable. You had the Charybdis to kind of counter the Jabber's Life. There was nothing really to deal with the Butchers of Kalkandra, though. That would be an issue. There was a mage of beasts. Traitorkin. Somewhat. But it would be difficult to deal with these guys. And again, Beastmen would have struggled to deal with Charybdis and Lock here. Well, don't like to see those fast battles, definitely not a fan of them. They feel very anticlimactic. Either way. Oh, is my internet dying? Yes, it is. And it is back. Hello there. So, must have jumped ahead in the stream. Lost some time. Anyway, so Arve has made it into the final. We will see Pigman in a third place match. In the meantime, second semi-final is also underway. We have a second battle from there already. Problem is they're speaking Russian in there, so I can't even read those characters, let alone understand what they're saying. So I'm just gonna go ahead and watch the replays out of spite. Okay, Berserk versus Mirovoy. Greenskins versus Slanesh. Oh, that's a box and a half. Okay. I'm managing the tournament at the same time, so sorry for that. But I'm gonna focus on the replay now. So we've got a goblin and forest, whatever. It's horse archers, except not horses, but other means of transportation. Same on the other flank, 6 of those. Then we've got 2 units of orc boar boy biggins to support any flanking engagement. Anyway, there's a big ass Slaneshi blob of chosen Chaos Warriors with Chaos Forges. More Chaos Warriors this time just with regular gear. Just Chaos Warriors all around. Sigvald and a Sorcerer, I imagine. With Shadows. An unusual choice. Bit of Shades though. And Enfeebling Foe. Not Melkov Mystifying Miasma. What? Oh, it's the Fanatics. Holy shit, they're super effective. Yeah, these guys. 758 value. From a charge of spinning loons. That's already paid for the unit. It's worth 500. That's so OP. Holy shit, get wrecked. I mean, I really don't like blobs and boxes like this. It's not even a box with ranged units in the middle. Like, what the hell is this? That bit of shit missed. Wow. Or maybe was dodged. But what isn't being dodged are those fanatics. What the hell? And they're spinning in this direction, so having gone through like the entire formation, they're still spinning up here. I mean, nothing else would spawn in here, so it must have been. Maybe it was those. Yeah. Active ability, but yeah, unpredictable release from the unit, so they just release once you get close. Is there a cooldown? There is, 30 seconds. Let's just wait for 30 seconds, release them again. Like those alone, again. Like 150% of the value. It looks like Berserk is just confident enough to go in anyway. And imagine if you had like Traitor Kin or Final Transmutation or something. I mean, I know greenskins don't have access to those spells, but like... Do they have like big AoE direct damage? I don't think so. That was a Doom Bolt? Or a slash army ability, yeah. Another bit of shades, this time this one hit. Shouldn't it be cast here on the blob or something? I mean, regardless, Berserk is winning super hard. Slanesh barely dealt 1000 damage back, and that's just how much the spinning loons did. All by themselves. Yeah, case in point. These guys, they haven't seen melee, they're full HP. Or almost. Probably friendly fire. Just what am I watching? This is semi-finals. I mean, I think Mirovoy wanted to stat check Berserk, but Berserk just brain checked him. And is just absolutely toying with him. For the Night Goblins. I mean, Night Goblins aren't usually very effective, but in this specific case, they are a perfect counter. It's like as if he knew exactly what Mirovoy is going to do and has prepared perfectly for it. Which Berserk is one of our masters of preparation. So I am all here for it. The Gorgo fix it. I mean, yeah, the speed debuff, it doesn't achieve anything. What the hell? But either way, Slanesh should very soon suffer army losses. But Prince Ingvald, oh, he's not unbreakable. Yeah, so even he can route. Which I imagine he will pretty soon. And there's a wah. Because why not? A Grimgor versus Zigval, that's like classic matchup. If I don't see Grimgor in between all of these other heroes. Between all of these trolls. Anyway. That's the end. I know that has been a long time coming. I mean, after those fanatics it was like super doomed for spinning loons. It was way more doomed than that Dark Elven battle. Dark Elves versus Beastmen. That Bigman has given up within half a minute of the initial engagement. Okay. Semi-final match 1, battle 2. But at least Mirovoy. Okay, I thought for a second, wait, did pick the same thing again? No, this time is Warriors of Chaos, but again with Ziegwald. But this time a much lighter army with Rot Knights being the main damage dealers, the focus of the army. That's where the budget went. Because Berserk is Kugath Playfather. super expensive. That has the Nogsbringer, the Froliker's Bubonic. Those are exalted, I think so. Exalted Plague Burst, so those are also super expensive. And then some super cheap Warhounds, Marauders, and Nurglings. Well, Nurgle is another signature pick of Berserk, right after Khorne. We have already scoring points against Marauders, 71 damage value already. That's pretty good, considering it landed in a shitty 375 value unit. There's another hit into Murder Horseman, just a little bit less effective, 40 value this time around. And the Horsemasters score a quick charge against Nurglings for some 3 damage. It's a very nice and effective charge. As the Nurgle blob advances. And the Rot Knights come into the mix. They're suffering some damage back, unlike the Horsemasters, probably due to the lower speed, or maybe due to facing Froliker's Bubonic. Anyway, now we've got a frontline clash, Marauders versus those Nurglings. And we've got Exalted Plague Burst here in the mix as well. Nogsbringer is trying to do cavalry, but I don't think it will be very effective. The value value though, not bad for that short time of shooting. The Rot Knights are circling around, looking for the opportunity to strike. And I would say there's plenty, yeah, they should rather strike sooner rather than later. Because later on there will be fewer anchors to abuse. That was a very good pink fire of Siege across 2 units. The value on this guy, 150. Rancid Visitations upgraded though, the right only, which the tooltip tells us it will deal around 2000 damage. And this guy, that's half of his HP. But he's going down. One more of this and it will be done. Speaking of being at half HP, Cookfather, Kugaf Plaguefather is at just that, just slightly above. And I don't even know what he was really focused by. Maybe all those Murder Horsemasters, but I don't think they have ever gotten close enough to get there. Well, they are trying now. Kugaf is pushing forward, but he's pushing forward into the Rot Knights with poison and anti-large. And I imagine armor piercing as well. Yes, it is armor piercing. Yes, so Kugaf is really trapped. Mirovoy is now kind of toying with Berserk. A complete reversal. But we see that the player who blobs is losing and the player who is using maneuvers is winning. I'm all here for it because fuck blobbing and noob boxing, especially in semi-finals. But there are certain setups in Warhammer where that sort of works. If you have those AoE spells, Fleshy Abundance now, killing Kugaf Plaguefather for 30% of his HP and his massive HP, so just raw HP it will be a lot, probably the most you can get in the game. There's a blue fire incoming, sniping Kugaf, dealing some damage, I wouldn't say massive. I would rather see pink fires across this blob. It would be much more effective. But I guess he's afraid of the Rancid Visitations, but given that Fleshy Abundance has just been cast, Kugaf wouldn't have mana for the Rancid Visitations. But anyway, Kugaf is now going down. He's healing with Fecundandite heal or whatever. But once he's gone, Sorcerer of Sin should feel safe to approach. Should feel safe now as well because there's no Winds of Magic. Kugaf is dead. Still Nogsbringer as a big unit. That is a huge threat. with 1500 value already. But now he'll be the next target to focus for these Horse Masters. Though they're largely out of ammunition. So not really. Now they need to come in and go into melee, where their value will be decreased. 2.5 difference in gold value, 3000 difference in damage dealt. So it looks like Kugaf, or just Berserk and his Nurgle army, didn't heal that much. And now they are disintegrating. That's the end of Nurglings is gone, another one soon to follow. Where the Postmasters tear the Nurglian army apart. Without Kugaf, their morale is left vulnerable. And with that comes scrambling. And some friendly fire. But the Oathbringer is going down and Berserk acknowledges his defeat. Bringing us to score 1-1 in the series. And they have just now, just 3 minutes ago, gone into battle. Considering their chat. I'm caught up with a semi-final here. So let's use that brief suspense to go into the bracket and update it further. Which is what I was doing in the loading screen, but obviously once the battle has loaded, I started commentating. So, 5th place match, Chimbambo versus Zurihan. I think Arkinon still got that going. Looks like they have confirmed their picks, so 5th place match is underway. Sure about that then. Now we've got 7th place match, which is Capellius versus Archangel. Ninth place match seems to be concluded. Unless there was a drop code, I don't know. Because Archangel has already hidden it with his closing matches thing. No, looks like they played it normally on the battlefield. Very nice, very nice. And the 11th place didn't happen because one dude just disappeared. In the meantime, let me fix this. Roughly around here should be fine. There we go. Maybe a little bit too high. Hell. Yeah, I think it looks alright. I don't know, I'm solo. Looks a little bit different when I'm embarked on. Okay, we have a replay from the semifinals. So both semifinals going to the third battle. So let's go ahead and watch that. See the winner. What? That's not it. But it's Warriors of Chaos versus Nurgle again, what the fuck? It's the same replay. It's from the other side. Okay, there we go. Why isn't it downloading? Hello? Okay, override this. Maybe it looks different. Alright. Berserk. On Singe, Mirovoy, on Beastman. Both sides capable of bringing Centigores, but looks like only one of them brought them. And more the Horsemaster and Horseman. Obviously, staple pick as well. Ever present. Oh, Gaze of Fate. Other Centigore with throwing axes, can't move. Gets absolutely wrecked by the Changebringers. And the counter from Horseman of Siege. I mean, they can throw their axes back, so there is that. But they've only dealt 33 damage back. As was the Cincian Firestorm? Yeah. Finch's Firestorm. There we go. And there's blue fire into the archers. A decent damage actually. Wait, whoa. Oh, that was Lamprey's Bite, okay. I was like, that dealt more damage than I saw initially. What happened? But yeah, what happened is Shrieking Sky Race. Yet another ever-present unit. And we have Changebringers. I thought those were Doom Knights for a second. Oh, these are Vortex spell being ready. There's a bit of shades. Oh, and the Hostmaster's horsemen run into that, but managed to escape with only their barrier scraped. So that's fine in that regard, but the Chaos Warriors definitely fell down below half HP. 300 value on the Shaman. But overall, advantage still to Berserk, going tit for tat across the battlefield. And the time is here on the side of Berserk, making great use of his ammunition, pulling back to replenish his barrier. Now I've got Harpies diving after Changebringers, and they're very, very vulnerable. Changebringers need to be pulled back, and Mother Horsemen need to support. There's another one just taking the damage on the barrier, but there's Milk of Mystifying Miasma. That will deal some significant damage, but should be equally spread out as another unit of Harpies. And they're super cheap compared to Changebringers, just 1/3 of the cost. But the amount of pressure they provide on the Changebringers is immense, and in a direct melee fight, they easily win as well. Changebringers super fragile, and there's just not enough. Actually, there are Skyris over here. They should have dealt with that. Hello? Where am I? Changebringer's done. Gone. Carry on. There's still another unit of Changebringers, which now are targeted by yet another Milk of Mystifying Miasma. The Harp is just pulling through, losing the pursuing Shrieking Skyris to go after the Changebringers. Changebringers also being slowed down by the Milk of Mystifying Miasma. But the Changebringers so far are managing to escape, but they're largely shut down, and there's nothing anymore from Berserk that could stop them. Chaos Warriors have been absolutely wrecked. Beastmen are just pulling ahead in value massively, 2,000 already. And yeah, that Sinch's Firestorm isn't going to achieve much. Sure, decent damage, but those are just under riders. Nobody cares. Minotaurs with great weapons are a much larger concern, and yet another beautiful Pit of Shades into Chaos Warriors. Changebringers managed to get out from the pressure just for one big final volley. Decent damage overall. That's a friendly fire kill, 16, holy shit. But it's too many Harpies, too much pressure, too much magic, everything went after them, and we just didn't have enough space to operate in. It feels like that's a campaign highlight unit of sorts, not really made for multiplayer, I would say so. Because in multiplayer, when your opponent thinks, this happens. Precisely this. So, Miraboy defeats Berserk and advances to the Grand Final. The draft hasn't started yet, sadly. It is going to be a best of 5. So, let's put it on the screen for you. Maybe while we're waiting. It looks like Arkin is still doing his thing. So yeah, Pigman dropped out. So, not very cool. Normally, we just bounce back and forth between replays from Grand Finals and third place match, casting both series at the same time. But since third place match isn't happening, which is very not cool. Like, I don't mind if some of these don't happen, but this is a match for a podium and we just don't have it. That's just not cool. Not cool, man. Very not cool. Anyway, Chibamo vs Vurihan, Archangel vs Capellius. Let's check in on them. Mirovoy has joined the draft in the meantime, so let's hide the bracket. Go as a draft. So they're waiting to get ready. Our first best of 5, season 3. I still like how season 3 has a very fresh feel to it. You know, it's the same, but different. But still the same, but still different. So, 5th place match looks like one battle has concluded just 2 minutes ago. Well, I was rudely interrupted, as always. We've got a draft underway though. The bands have gone through Empire, Dwarfs, and Skaven. They seem to be quite popular in the Conquest meta. Probably mostly carrying over from land battles, since it's just very, very similar. The capture point hasn't been a factor at all during these battles. And it's pretty much how it should be. It's just a insurance policy if somebody wants to run around the map and kite, which is very not cool. And apart from that, it's just been regular land battles. And holy shit, they're picking fast. Well, Bertonia, a very cultured choice. Slanesh somewhat regained its culture with the Rampage changes, so became also a culture choice. Speaking of culture, Khorne for Mirovoy, a very cultured choice. Soarve with equally cultured High Elves. Warriors of Chaos, just a standard meta pick. Same with Beastmen. Elysimen also are considered very powerful. I imagine mostly so in domination, maybe not really that much in land battles. But then again, I don't know that much about land battles. I just been mostly focusing on domination. As you can see, like there's roughly like 2-to-1 ratio in terms of our tournaments, just because domination is more popular. So we're just going for that. But anyway, the draft has concluded. Now they just need to ban one map each, and we'll see what they will go for. So overall, I feel like Soarve has secured more meta picks. High Elves seem to be very, very popular, but they weren't like dominating their battles. Some of them they won, some of them they lost. It's just very balanced. I don't know if they're deserving of the first pick. Meanwhile, Beastmen, these guys have been dominating for sure. Khorne, I think, also is 2-0 so far. I don't know if you've seen Khorne after the first 2 rounds. So yeah, I think Khorne is still 2-0, and Khorne has won 2 pretty convincing victories. But then again, might have been up to like just skill difference. So we'll see. This should be like the this is the last round, so this should be the most equally matched opponents in here through our seeding. But again, both these players have been seeded very, very low. Well, not very low, but low. Let me see on the bracket. Mirovoy was seed 4, okay, and defeated seed 1 in the semi-finals. Soarve is seed 6 and defeated seed 2, Pigman, in the semi-final. So semi-finals were seeds 1, 4, 2 and 6. So seed 3 dropped the ball, and seed 5. Well, seed 5 didn't drop the ball because it lost to seed 4. But just seed 3, Archangel, lost to Soarve, seed 6 in quarterfinals. So it's also a direct loss. So yeah, looks like our seeding system just works. So they've banned map number 1 and map number 4, which I'm going to translate to you. That translates to Blue Retriever, which has been banned, that's the first map. Choking Pits, Heorot Ridge, Knight's Run. Knight's Run is the 4th map, so that's been banned. Schwarzhafen, the Bitter Dunes, and the Lost Crater. And well, since there is no parallel match to cast, no, I need to disable the mod. So that's a little bit also a downside of not casting it through replays. Not having the mod, which gives just so much data, so much cool data, makes casting so much more informative. I don't say easier, because it gives you way more information, so it's maybe even harder. But it makes it easier in that regard that you don't need to think too much about this hidden information, because it just gives you the information. I know how much Winds of Magic they have, or like how much value on the field they have. Which, in that regard, usually just the eye test is good enough. Especially once somebody's experienced enough, not like I am. Is this it? Or is this a different tournament lobby? No, it isn't. Okay. Alright, let's do it the old-fashioned way, when we casted everything live. Casted or cast, I never know. There's no consensus. Apparently both are correct and both are incorrect at the same time. So, let's go. English. Okay. So, Mirovoy is player 1, so he picks his faction first. And he has picked Norska, the faction he picked last. To which Soarve is responding with Beastman, I think his strongest faction in the roster. How can Mirovoy counter him with a map? So, what he has available, he has Choking Peaks, Helrot Ridge, Schwarzhafen, Bitter Dunes, Lost Crater. Helrot Ridge, which is map number 3. There we go. Very nicely done. And this is going to be checked. I'm gonna change to either the crown or skull. And now we're waiting for them to create their armies. So Helrot Ridge is a map that I can just show you. Looks like this. And it looks very similar to a certain Napoleon Total War map, with just a little bit forests removed. But overall very similar. There's also a very similar Total Tavern map pack map to that particular map that I'm thinking of, and it was a winter map, but what it was called? Siberian? Maybe? Siberian, I don't know. Ridge? Hilltop? Something like that. Anyway, biggest hill in the middle, with a long forest going across it, not like the few patches of forest. And have some obstacles here and there. A pretty good map. I remember having good battles on it. Usually we just play on grassy flatlands, but that map was decent. I said, remember a few good clan battles we've had there. One particularly comes to mind where I played Turkey and snuck a bunch of melee sword infantry through the forest and just rushed my enemies there. Won that way. So Arve is ready. He knows what he's doing with Beastman. I would imagine the first battle would go to him. Assuming equal skill, obviously. Oh, there we go. Oh, and there we not go. Because Beastman and Norska playstyles are pretty similar, you can't really skew that matchup by, you know, upsetting the map with the map. But then on the other hand, Beastmen are just not really a counter to Norska either. They are just better faction, a stronger faction in this case. And we've got 3 massive single entities, 2 Gorgons and Jabberslave, and then 4 Centigors, or 2 Sangors and 2 Centigors, and then 5 Hunger Spearmen. And there are no Marauder Huntsmen. So they also start east-west instead of south-north, so they're like already on top of the hill. It's kind of disappointing. In Napoleon they started north-south. Well, Norska is still pretty well equipped. It is one of the best anti-large factions, just because of how many options for anti-large it has. And skin wolves are one of these options. Then obviously Murder Horsemasters and Murder Horsemen, which are just Horsemasters, so for once I won't get it wrong every single time. Or half the time, because it's just random 50% chance I get it right. Even though they aren't strictly anti-large, they can just focus fire the large entities easily. And they can be anywhere on the battlefield very, very quickly. And much quicker than those large entities. And then we've got a front line of 3 Marauders, if you can even call it a front line. Norscan Ice Wolves. No Trolls. Here's the Jobber Slayer. Here's the Gorgon. And there's another Gorgon. They could stand together for a nice family picture, but no. Okay, there we go. Funga deployment for the Beastman. Are these guys hidden? Oh, some lags. Yeah, I'm not used to it because there are no lags in replays. We are all geographically in Europe, so could be fine. Anyway, Senegals of Tsinj charging in into more Horsemasters, 2 versus 2. Fora has been scraped, some damage exchanged, with advantage to Norska due to their throwing abilities. Probably on the other side, yeah, Skin Wolves catching Sentigors. That is a matchup that will definitely go the way of Skin Wolves, so Sentigors are trying to run away, but the damage has been done, specifically like 20% of their damage. Which is 10% in return. It is the Ungur Spearman herd, just caught out alone, pretty much. A Flock of Doom upgraded will damage 3 units. Not bad. Skin Wolves will run away from that spell's AoE. Malagor is going to dive in as well. Here we go. Double Gorgon. Going after the Femur Belfin. If they manage to kill him, that will remove the magic from Norska very, very early on. Speaking of magic, yeah, Beastmen have Malagor with just the Flock of Doom, nothing else, not even Traitorkin. It seems to be the superior spell for Beastmen. But I mean, Malagor has a different spell book, whatever. Though 2 Skin Wolves on the flank has dealt with Sentigors. We have also Norscan Ice Wolves who have the Frostbite with minus 30% speed. Who will come in handy in chasing down the Sentigors, which are largely done for. There's 1 unit left over here. Gorgon still going after the Femur Belfield, which I think is just given up on life. 54 speed, can't run away from 64 Gorgon. And there's another one coming after him for good measure, because why not? And, well, I'll tell you why not. Maybe they would better targets here, especially since your Jabberslide has dove deep. But in terms of damage dealt, Norska is quite largely ahead. Sarve will need to get those Gorgons up and running into the enemy formation. The female Belfiend has been removed. Ungo Spearman now attacked by Noskan Ice Wolves. I don't know what they're really looking for there. It doesn't really matter. What matters is how this plays out. There's no way we're going 8.5 minutes into this battle. So, I think catching Frog and killing him will be the key to victory for Beastmen if they want to turn it around. That's exactly what they're doing. This is me that's lagging. So I just don't have the FPS. Which is weird. Because the all tournament long hasn't been an issue. Well, I don't think there's much I can do about that. Vigor is going on Rampage, and they do have passive regeneration, right? No, they don't. I'm looking at the good Spearman here, sure. Yeah, they do. But they only heal in melee, so there is that. And Frog is efficient at running away from them, so maybe if he runs long enough, the timer will come into play, which Norska could claim for themselves, given that they have advantage in the area. That could somewhat equalize the battle in this area, given how many forces are committed on top of that hill from the Norskan side. Malagor trying to remove the cavalry, which is the ability to kite. Kite the Gorgons, which should be devastating to them. That being said, they don't have that much ammunition left, nor that many models left to really hurt them. Jabber's Life is also doing okay. It has a AoE damage thing going on for him. So, Norska's best tool to deal with those Gorgons are the Skin Wolves. The Skin Wolves are deciding to run away. Ideally, they would try to pick those targets apart while they're separated, just like now, but they're converging. Frog's still at full HP. He also has regeneration on his own, so he can take a beating and then just chill out in the background a little bit. Oh, here comes another Flock of Doom. Malagor, probably with good value, 1500 already. As the two running Skin Wolves. They run fast, 75. So slightly faster than the Gorgon, but as soon as they return from routing, the Gorgon has caught up to them. And another Gorgon going after Frog still, not letting him go. Jabber's Life, almost dead. There's 2000 HP left. And with that fresh unit of Skin Wolves all over his back, they should be able to bring him down. It's 1300 left. That's another Flock of Doom, and another one. It's quite effective. Hitting 3 units. And pretty much removing 2 of them. Causing Skin Wolves to let go of the Jabber's Life. Gorgon's still just trying to go after Frog, who's running away, refusing to give him a battle. Jabber's Life is about to go down. Skin Wolves have returned from routing. They still have damage to provide in this battle. Speaking of routing, Jabber's Life is running away, and at the top of the hill has been claimed by Norska. There's still 8.5 minutes that need to tick down. But such is the late game of Gorgons that it takes a while, so it might come into play. Still, Norska is at quite an advantage, and that Gorgon isn't looking very hot anymore. Skin Wolves on top of it, Martyrs sucking up some damage. I mean, Frog should be focused. The Frog is chilling. He's not taking much damage whatsoever. It's not a Gorgon, but this one's routing. But it's routing, it's not a melee. It's not melee, it's not healing. So Beastman, kinda good counter. Maybe it's a North Scout on a snowy map. But I don't think that's the case. It's not Napoleon, where Russia had bonus to fight in the snow. And we're just really waiting for that Gorgon and Malagor to go down. Malagor probably doesn't have Winds of Magic left anymore. Still 2100 value, not bad for Malagor. Gorgon 2.5. Bad. Doesn't matter. Norska won. Half of this guy, not so good, only 1200. 1300 here. Yeah, the large monsters, just not really worth it most of the time. Then again, the Sendigors and Sangors just got absolutely wrecked very quickly. Norscan Ice Wolves, able to catch them because they're faster, then slow them down by 30% because of the Frostbite, and then Skin Wolves are faster than Sendigors after Frostbite being applied. And when Skin Wolves are on top of the Sendigors and Sangors, they just win those. And the only thing able to stop them, Ungur Spearman Herd, but it's a crappy unit. Is it really able to stop Skin Wolves? This was occupied with Marauders and stuff. So, just really well played by Mirovoy. Let's go back to draft and visualize the state of the series. Norska has won versus Beastman have lost. Also add numbers in here, so like was first match. Ta-da. See if they're drafting anything. Yes, very quickly. So Arve has picked Dark Elves, another very powerful faction. And Mirovoy has countered that with Nurgle, so he's just going up from the back. So, Nurgle versus Dark Elves. Nurgle obviously suffers from the lack of mobility, and will definitely enjoy some choke points. So, Yarso Arve, you want to pick a map. And there's plenty of space to maneuver. Maybe for your Shades, maybe Dark Riders with repeating crossbows, that's a popular unit. And maybe so forests. And Nurgle could hide in them as well, depending on what your strategy will be. Anyway, the choices of maps that are remaining are Choking Pits, Schwarzhafen, Bitter Dunes, and the Lost Crater. Thank you guys for using spoilers in the 5th and 7th place matches. But since I won't be watching those on stream, I have looked into them. The Lost Crater. That was the last map, so map number 7. So, while they are preparing their armies, have a look at the bracket and let's update it. 7th place match. Archangel has won 2-0 versus Capellius. 5th place match. Zurihan won 2-0 versus Chimabu. And all these battles were played. And these. And these. This one wasn't. Well, one of these were because buy rounds. And then this turned out to be a buy round, but yeah. All of these was played. This just didn't happen. So the only match that wasn't played, the 3rd place match. It just hurt my feelings. And in the meantime, they already decided on their armies. Let me quickly hide that. And let's go into battle. The Lost Crater. So we know that map from the free-for-all tournament. Crater seems a little bit more shallow than in the free-for-all. Yeah, it's much more shallower. Am I just misremembering the map? Or is it actually different? I would give it like a 50-50 chance. Then again, I don't think CA is productive enough, as in they're lazy. They just copy and pasted it, so I might just be remembering it wrong. The more I look at it, it's like, oh yeah, that's the way it looked, yeah. It's like the immediate memory. I thought the crater was more impressive, deeper, steeper, more pronounced. Yeah, let's have a look. This time we have Malekith. So we had Malekith, we've had Locke here, we've had just the regular Supreme Sorceress. I think one time it was of Beasts, one time of I didn't have of Dark just yet. Anyway, Malekith, all of his dragon it is. Cold One Knights. Squadron Chariots, not a fan of chariots. Really hate them as a concept. And then Black Ark Corsairs, Dread Spears for melee infantry. Pretty classic, but no ranged units other than those chariots. Set of Nurgle with Chaos Furies, 2 of those. Cavalry, we have Chaos Knights ×2 and the Rot Knights in the middle. So that is a big value. Chaos Knights like what, 1400? The Rot Knights, I don't know, I don't have the DLC. But they're also very expensive. So it's like 5k easily. Or maybe almost 5k. 4.5, let's say. I also have a Soul Grinder. And in the background, Malekith chasing away the Chaos Furies. Away from those repeating crossbows. There. That's also ranged units that I just didn't notice. Ooh, that was quite effective from the Soul Grinder. Actually, every single missile that hit just killed soldiers. So the firepower has been diminished for like the big crossbow unit. Squadron Charge is almost caught, but then the Rot Knights change their mind and charge into Cold One Knights. Cold One Knights themselves are anti-large and armor-piercing, and so are Rot Knights. They're just going to be very effective against each other. And here's Soul Stealer coming out from Malekith. Maybe a little bit early, because he won't be benefiting from the heal. And a little bit missed, because all of these units could have been affected by this, while still hitting the Chaos Sorceress, Lord of Nergal. But they were. So Berserk needs to get good at aiming. Berserk? What am I saying? Soarven. Soarven needs to get good at aiming there. But he's still securing an advantage. I just see Nergal on the battlefield and I immediately think Berserk. Somehow. Even though I was referencing the Dark Elves. And I would also really like to know why the hell am I lagging? Because it wasn't lagging in replays. It doesn't make much sense. Anyway, Chaos Knights came to the rescue for Chaos Sorcerer. But Malekith, oh, he just took another big chunk. Chaos Sorcerer don't have HP. Seems like he has already healed a considerable amount. Probably using Fleshy Abundance to do so. It is available, doesn't have Run Civilization, only Stream of Corruption. So one spell to spam and heal the entire army. Murderous Prowess now triggering. And it's a pretty good moment for it to trigger for the Dark Elves, as the vast majority of their army is currently engaged in melee. And I don't think those Chaos Knights could just achieve enough. They should have plenty of targets, but the way Soarve is playing is not really presenting many opportunities. This Chaos Knights just got a nice recharge, but Malekith continues to just dictate the battlefield. Now going after the Soul Grinder and shutting him down. Soul Grinder, even though his attacks looked impressive, they didn't actually translate into much value. But Malekith is absolutely ruling the battlefield. 2300 damage as value dealt, and almost full HP. A very nice amount of HP, if I may say so myself. Another downhill charge, but didn't really connect for the Rot Knights. And those are just advancing their mass of infantry, trying to swallow the Soul Grinder, taking the high ground now. Stream of Corruption. As the threat of blobbing, those AoE spells will hurt way more than if you weren't. But it also reduces the amount of damage that Chaos Knights and Rot Knights are able to deal. Rot Knights now turning their attention, I think, wisely to Malekith. We have 60 melee damage, armor piercing, anti-large. They should be very effective against Malekith. He doesn't even know who to focus, whether the Rot Knights or the Sword Grinder. It's going to escape. Another Soul Stealer coming down. Yeah, and it will hit the Sorcerer, the Rot Knights, and the Soul Grinder. That was a pretty good cast. And that puts Malekith to get his card at 3200. And he's still above half HP. And doesn't even see his healing cap. Though I don't think he can really reach the healing cap with Soul Stealer. But still. Doesn't have any breaths available. Use them all. Going after the Sorcerer. landing nicely but not dealing any damage just yet. Struggling to connect the animation. That is just painful to see. However, has given up. But it has a large lead in the battle. But let's not be easily deceived. Difference is 2k in damage. But Nurgle has healing. But is he healed 2k worth of value? Don't think so. And the healing ability should soon be denied after the Chaos Lord is dealt with. Just 2 hits remaining on him before he goes down. Maybe 3 if he's lucky. Oh, stop running, stop routing. Soul Grinder also isn't able to really spread his wings and start shooting. His Dread Spears are relentlessly chasing him. Fleshy Abundance though. From the running Lord. Well, he can't heal himself anymore. And another Soul Stealer from Malekith. Maybe that alone will be enough for Chaos Sorcerer. Well, we won't know because he just got dropped down. But it wouldn't be. Or wouldn't have been. Malekith claiming that kill for himself, adding him to his bounty. There we go, army losses for Nurgle, but admit defeated before it can happen. So Arve ties up the series, so 1-1. It's just been the case of absolute Giga Chat. Malekith carry 4100 value. That's everything else. These are decent values as well. 400 on these, almost 600 on these. Not bad. Gold One Knights also decently. Maybe the crossbows not so much. Chariots, it's also really good. Feels like, I mean, if everything dealt massive damage and they wiped out the enemy army, that's why, because they wiped it out. Well, doesn't really matter that much. So out of a, as times the series, at 1-1. So look at what they're drafting. Just saying the G4 now. Bretonia for Mirovoy as the third pick. I'm waiting for Soarva to decide. Okay, so Mirovoy has brought Bretonia. Soarva has High Elves, Warriors of Chaos, and Lizardmen left. High Elves have a large supply of Spearmen, which are a very good counter to Bretonia, because Bretonia just kinda has to bring some cavalry. You can't just spam peasants because it won't even spend all the money that way. So I would say bring High Elves, spam Spearmen, don't bring Archers because the Archers will be swallowed up by cavalry. Maybe use a few of them as a bait. There's also Lofen Sea Guards, which can somewhat handle cavalry. So that could be also a good choice. Overall, I think like High Elves are by far the best answer to Bretonia from what is available for Soarva. And High Elves aren't that good overall, but I think in that specific matchup they are pretty good. So it's a perfect opportunity to use them. Just yet another argument to really do it. And then leave Warriors of Chaos and Lizardmen to face off against Khorne and Slaanesh. So Arve is really thinking that through. Probably listening into the stream, trying to get free advice from me. That's definitely what's happening. Well, he is typing. I would expect a high elf pick. But he might just go for a power pick instead of a counter. You still need to be wary though, because Bretonia picks the map. But I think with Spearman spam, high elves just don't care. Never mind. All of that, he just picks Lizardman. After I called him out for listening in, it was like, okay, now I've got to change. So, Bretonia versus Lizardman. And I'm just saying, but both times, the guy who picked the map, not the counter faction, has won the battle. Just saying, just an observation. But it stops looking like a coincidence. Maybe the map pick is truly OP. Speaking of the map, still waiting for Mirovoy to decide. And what is left are Choking Pits, Partshafen, and the Bitter Dunes. I think the Bitter Dunes would be best. They're quite bumpy, so they would disrupt, for example, the solar engines, while still being an open map with plenty of room for Bretonia's cavalry to maneuver. But also never mind, it is Schwarzhafen, therefore just conclusively proving that I have no idea what I'm talking about. Well, enjoy the Warhammer menu music. You wanted Warhammer music, but it does get repetitive. I also fixed my creaking chair. Not by fixing the chair itself, but rather finding a filter for my microphone. So now, when it is, well, any movement, like even the slightest, even breathing, will cause this chair to creak. It's so sensitive to movement. Maybe not even breathing, just the beating of my heart is enough. But now the filter filters that noise out, which is nice. So I can wiggle in my chair and speak at the same time, and you won't hear the chair while hearing me. Or well, you will hear the chair, but it will be much more quiet. Hello. While we all wait, I'm gonna get something to drink. Because my throat is giving up. Yesterday, I used it quite a lot, let's say. So, overall, I'm pretty happy with the turnout of this tournament. We haven't had such a high turnout in quite a while. And I think there's only been one person who didn't check in. There was one more, but they told me ahead of time, ahead of the tournament, like one day earlier even, I think. I think they won't be able to make it, so that's fine. Then just one dude signed up and, I don't know, went missing. Either forgot, slept in. That seems to be happening. It's weekend, and if you're from America and you like to sleep until like, well, depends on which coast you are. The coasts, the west coast is GMT -7, so that starts 8 AM for them. I mean, that's plenty of time to wake up. Maybe I'm a monster who wakes up at 6 AM on weekends. On weekdays, I wake up at 5, before even. But enough about my sleep schedule. Let's have a look. We have Reaper-Dactyl Riders. Nope. Sturgeon Riders. The shooting ones. Times 3. I got some Skink Skirmishers as well. Then we got Saurus Spears with shields. Legend of Chakwa. Saurus Spears. Skink Cohorts. More Saurus Spears. Thorough Cold Ones times 2. And then where did the budget go? Into the Shredder of Lastria. Supported by a Sun Mage Priest of Life. Obviously. Where's his recruit? There it is. Yeah, okay. Thought for a second he didn't take it somehow. And Bretonia. Peasant Mob. Times 4. So not much investment in infantry, then just bows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like he's predicting Shredder, I think. So yeah, peasants, I mean, they'll crumble very fast against the front line here. Which means the front line will be able to push through into the archers and disrupt them, prevent them from going after the Shredder. Cavalry with Grail Knights. Anti-large armor piercing. Knights Errant, just a regular cavalry, really. Knights of the Realm, also anti-large but not armor piercing. Another unit of Grey Knights. Another unit of Knights Errant. So 3 Knights Errant, 2 Grey Knights, 1 Knight of the Realm. This is 3 Knight Errant. 3 Knight Errant. Grail Knights times 2. And that's okay, so just one more cavalry unit that I counted. Okay. And then Lewin on a hippogriff. Okay, it's all about the Shredder. Will the Shredder die very quickly? Or will it be able to deal a shit ton of damage? It deals the most damage to infantry, and which is quite dispersed. King skirmishers have been discovered and are immediately focused by the archers. That is slightly missed. Oh, there we go, now the damage is landed. Lou and Leoncar going after the Turretin Riders. But he also mostly anti-infantry units. But he decided not to give too much chase, which I think he just could have. Really. And skin skirmishers aren't trading very well because they are taking the damage on themselves while dealing damage to peasant mob. Turretin Riders, let's see if they are going to be used as a melee unit. Would it make sense to just... They also have the drop rocks. To drop them. There we go, and then dive into melee. That's pretty good. And Bretonia didn't manage to stop it in any way. Alright, that unit of archers just disappeared. Just look at that HP bar, there we go. Wow. That was very, very good from Soarva. Bringing the value in damage almost to equal. For our cold ones, not faring too well. Absolutely wrecked by the cavalry. But main show is the Shredder of Lastria. 46 kills already, but only 200 value, so it's mostly on peasants. Nobody really cares. Now he's found some way into Knights Around, which are also running Tonian morale. He's just collapsing across the battlefield. I mean, it's mostly peasants, so what do you expect? But it's also cavalry going down, and there's the banishment. Kill the old ones, but most importantly, Shredder of Lastria has lost almost nothing. Still full HP. Yeah, 41 damage, literally. And the Brazilian forces are largely gone. So even though the damage is equal, your main tools to deal with the Shredder of Lastria are gone. Because that's a shattered unit of archers. That's another unit, shattered unit of archers. There's 2 archers down out of 6. I can see 3. 2 over here. That's probably the 3rd one. Yes. So 3 shattered units of archers. 3 remaining on the battlefield. And this one isn't going to do any better. Might be traded for the Turretin Riders though. Now that they get charged, they should suffer quite a lot of damage in the aftermath, and they do. Yeah, they get absolutely obliterated. So that unit of archers might survive. 79 soldiers left. So not that bad. They can still deal most of their damage. They remained on their full damage output, let's say. Roughly equal. Bretonia in a possession of the capture point. But the archers under constant pressure. Sour spears of shields are going to find a challenge. Now, bowmen aren't retreated as they're focusing on the slimy mage piece of life, and taking out the healer is the way to go, I guess. Because if you just focus Shredder of Lastria, the healer will bring up to 75% of its HP back, and then you still have to kill the healer. So kill the healer first, and then go after the Shredder. Will they be able to do that? They still have a pretty good squad over here. Damsel of Life, the Earth got upgraded, healing up, Grail Knights, Knights Around, and a new Grail Knights. So 2 Grail Knights have benefited the 2 most powerful units on the Bretonnian side, apart from Lou and Leon Kerr, benefited from that upgraded cast. So that's pretty good. This guy has regrowth, so we can just use the regrowth on himself and then Shredder as needed. Shredder now going after Leon Kerr. Let's see if Leon will take damage. Doesn't look like it. Probably too high melee defense. 50. I guess it's 64 melee attacks. Should be fine. But I guess this time around it just didn't land. Now with a bit of slow motion. And there we go, that landed. It took like 400-ish damage. I mean, it should have been more, yeah. Maybe it was more. I just didn't look properly. So minimum 503, 30. On the other side of the battlefield, Skin Cohorts. That also Skin Cohort, yes. Okay, so Skin Cohort is a cheap 400 unit. So if that gets taken apart while taking down the Bowman, that is huge value. Even if like its actual damage as gold value down, in the overall development of the battlefield it is up, because you want these bowmen out of the battle at almost all costs. So that has been achieved, and that's a banishment. It's chilling in the middle of nowhere. Blaster versus Lewin, round 2, under the shield of the old ones. Making sure that Shield of Vastria hasn't been healed a single time, and he's only taken 500 damage. It all goes down to, does Bretonnia have an answer? And yes, it does. It has the Bowman, but 1 unit, so like 1/6 of what it started with, maybe 1/5. And it has the Grail Knights. Instead of Grail Knights down to 44, and lost only 4 models. There we go, now they're grouping up. Earthblood will be dropped here. I imagine, otherwise fire blobbing. There we go. It still only affects 4 units at most. These Knights around didn't get it. Oh, these Knights around got it. And they're not healing. Why? Why did the game give it to this unit? Because Baron, I would have cheated. I mean, I would have felt cheated on the if I was Miraboy. Get good CA at coding, I don't know. Apply the heal to the units that would most benefit it. Or benefit from it. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, they're down to 5 units. But one of those units is the Shredder of Lastria. With 1600 value already. What was that? Shield of Chakra. Yeah, so just reducing or just increasing missile resistance, because why not? On all units. The Lance Formation charge from Grail Knights, Shield of the Old Ones a little bit late. I guess the Bretonnian strategy now will be to try to strike wherever the Shredder of Lastria isn't, and just leave him for absolute last. But that didn't work out in this scenario. Those Knights around just ate a full charge from the Shredder and are immediately terror routed. Leon, though, uses the opportunity to dive after Stun Mage Priest. He also can heal himself a lot. But, well, regrowth is 13 Winds of Magic. Don't know how much it is when upgraded. I think 16, 17 maybe? So it's not like you have infinite uses of it. But if it was just the regular cast, you have 6. You might need to use now. Because it was sacked to not use it even once. And there it is. We are getting close, actually. So this battle might go down to the timer. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds until Soarve wins by points. So Bretonnia needs to intensify its attacks, and it is. The knights are charging in and out all around the formation. Shield the old ones, such a powerful ability though. Such a short cooldown, and 20% damage resistance plus leadership, making sure they don't rout. For the Vlastria, still not having to be healed. But then we need to throw everything at the point, trying to recapture it by just having more capture weight on the point itself. But I don't think it's possible anymore, because most what it has is cavalry, and Lisbon still have some decent infantry units. 71 over here, 66 over here, and they will lose models fast. But there's also only 40 seconds left. Yeah, they're not letting go of the point. And that will be a victory to Lisbon. Not necessarily through the Shredder of Lastford dealing a shit ton of damage, which, I mean, it still does a shit ton of damage, like, holy crap. When it's being avoided all the time, and barely took 2.5k damage to itself, barely seen melee and somehow 3.3k. That thing is insane. I mean, it has the ranged dudes on its back, but I doubt they themselves have dealt so much damage. There we go. First time we had a victory for the timer. The capture point is working. But I wanted to kite and kite and kite. Despite not really having many ranged units left. A nice round 300 kills on the Shredder of Lastra. Very nice, very nice. So, Soarve leads 2-1. He's on the match point. Can Mirovoy bring it to a tiebreaker? Will Soarve win 3-1? Let's see. So, now that we have some time in between the battles, let me speak some juicy details. Hello, Dachimbamu in the chat. When is the next domination tourney gonna be? Conquest made my brain hurt. I can only keep information for one game mode. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to mention. And what I mentioned at the beginning of the stream as well. SUNTZU's 14th anniversary is coming up at the beginning of August. So we'll have a good old big 14th SUNTZU anniversary tournament. And by big, I mean the same format as this one, just domination. And then we have something very fresh, very new, very special planned for later in August. A surprise, which I have ruined by posting a leak. But nobody has called me out on it. So I don't know if you've noticed. But you absolutely should have noticed the leak. Alright. So we've got Warriors of Chaos versus Slaanesh. And the map is still undecided. But well, they literally just picked the faction, so let's give them time. A little bit. The remaining map choices are map 6 and map 2, which are Choking Pits and the Bitter Dunes. But well, if any tournament participants is still there in the chat, let me know how you felt about this new format. As in, fewer battles. But also, how you felt about the 3x3 matrix, how it was realized. With the addition of bans and the map bans as well. It brings a little bit more spice to that format. Alright, Bitter Dunes. And also the bans ensure that you don't get those constantly repeating matrices, or matrices, whatever. Where if you don't have the bans, it's just currently, right? Empire, Kislev, Dwarves. Because those are the 3 factions that have been in the most recent DLC, so obviously they are pay to win and OP. Until CA nerfs them and releases the next OP DLC. Same thing happened with Kislev, Singe and Grand Cafe in the previous patch, and then Chaos Dwarves before. At least it was just 1 faction, not 3. And I also said Kislev instead of Nurgle. But Kislev still OP, I guess, from the previous DLC. But yeah, you've got bans, 6 bans. Just ban the OP factions. Ban some factions that you know your opponent likes. And then just do 3 picks, and you can even further ban out. With only really 1 main menu song in Warhammer. Yes. There is only one main menu song. We have so much soundtrack from all three games. And then the main menu is just one same song over and over and over on repeat. I mean, I could maybe like switch between old Total War soundtracks in the main menu while waiting between battles, and then just use in-game music during the battles themselves. But then again, we don't often find ourselves in this situation, because usually we just cast for replays, and when we cast for replays there is close to no downtime. Although this time there was. So maybe the format itself now lends itself to some more gaps. Might be. But I think it's fine. The gaps weren't that long in between while we were waiting for replays. It gives us opportunity to go into the draft, not draft, the bracket, showcase it in the stream. Because yeah, there's plenty of like tournament streams which don't do that, which I would like for them to do. So there we go. Anybody's listening who streams the tournaments, like show the bracket on this stream from time to time. Because it's hard to follow. It's like, okay, I see player A versus player B, but what match is this? Is this finals, semi-finals, quarterfinals, Swiss stage? What? Anyway, we're going into what could be the final battle if Saarve wins. Festus versus Enkari, Nurgle versus Slanesh. I keep forgetting the lore, who doesn't like each other, but I think it's Korn doesn't like Nurgle, and then Singe doesn't like Slanesh, so these guys are fine in between each other, I guess. But I have a very, very elite force, which is sort of what you do with Festus and his AoE heal. So just going to keep the army blobbed and constantly heal with the healing elixirs. Also the War Shrine of Nurgle, which brings even further healing. Might be an overkill. 10% lead, not 10%, just plus 10 leadership. These guys have 86 leadership. They really need more. 90. 75. The first is like the lowest with 70. No, the shrine itself with 60. Also, that's the Warriors of Chaos army covered. Let's see what spells they have, because that could be crucial. Bane of Slanesh. Affects only one enemy. But when upgraded, is it AoE? Don't think so. Let's quickly have a look. Lord of Slanesh. That doesn't become AoE. And that's a buff. Yeah, it just lasts longer. Anyway, early harassment, because obviously there's nothing like fast and mobile on the side of Festus. So just get that chip damage in at the beginning, and then again Festus is going to heal it all up anyway. He's just going to plant himself on the point. Locks in 15 seconds. And just wait for 80 minutes. And just try removing me from there. The Fiends of Slanesh, they're very good at removing light units from the battle. I do have contact effect. Sporvic Mask, okay, that's pretty good actually. Oh, and this unit of Chosen kind of got caught out of position. One soldier dead. Festus was going over there with his healing. Just be one soldier. Oh, but he needs to stay within the range. Why is he chasing? Only one soldier left, so you can recover most of that HP that you've lost, but you need to be close enough. And Slanesh will absolutely take you spreading out your units and take you apart. You actually need to stay in the blob, because Slanesh doesn't have really anything to punish that blob. But yeah, spreading out like this is definitely another way to go. Yeah, that's 5 soldiers gone, 6 soldiers gone. The HP you won't be able to recover with healing elixirs, and you're still not in range of the healing elixirs. Like, you have the point. What is the point of you moving away from it? You can just stand. You can take all the ammunition they have and still be fine. Got silver shields. God damn it. There we go, 60%. Oh, that's the Regiment of Renown. Some nice little change. Ooh la la. Carry everything in, but doesn't kill the Chosen. They're healing. %% intensity, not good enough. Yeah, and also if you chase the enemies away and kill them outside of the range of the Chaos War Shrine, it's not going to enhance the ability. These Chosen are down to half HP. Wait, this guy is down. Holy shit. He's got healing elixirs. He's got fleshy abundance. It's all about them heals. There we go, that's fleshy abundance. Those range units will have a field day, but there's really nothing you can do to stop them. That is a pretty good shot at the mutilate beast into the back of Ankari. He runs away immediately. Oh no, circles back in and fancies a fight. And that mutilate beast isn't looking good. 1000 HP left, 300, there we go, he's pretty much dead. Fleshy Abundance is probably still on cooldown. Manages to escape to relative safety at the moment, but doesn't even know which way to route. But as long as it doesn't run with the enemy, that's actually the preferable outcome. Let's see, Fleshy Abundance. 54 seconds cooldown. Maybe. Never mind. It just lost 300 HP in the blink of an eye without being touched. That's a mutilated beast done for. 3000 damage more for Slanesh. That's the Pavane of Slanesh. Yeah, rampaging one of the units and bringing it forward. So all the others should just follow through. You need to absolutely stay blobbed. I'm getting the healing elixirs. Oh, that's the bombardment ability. That's a pretty good anti-blob tool as well. 7th claw though, as always, doing pretty well. Well, not much damage though, but they also haven't taken any damage in return. Festus also still topped up. Now switching to Harbinger of Pestilence after being surrounded. Let's see the Chaos War Shrine intensity. 30%. Now we will start charging and healing more and more and more. But I think it will be too little too late. This is getting some decent-ish value with that Harbinger of Pestilence. Intensity at 50% from the War Shrine. Like the wind meter over here, still roughly in the middle, with just a slight advantage to Slanesh. Definitely gives Warriors of Chaos Sarva a better chance of winning than what this would suggest. He's still at Harbinger of Pestilence. I would switch to healing elixirs at this point. Also, the War Shrine is terror routed. Not even reach the full intensity. Well, I would say the only hope is to bring it home by holding the objective. It's 70 seconds left, but the capture rate is already in favor of Slanesh. And there are no external units that could come in for Warriors of Chaos, so they are going to lose it. And before it takes over. We've gotten close, but not quite. And it's yet another I think third one so far, where a blob loses and maneuverability wins. I don't know if I should count the previous battle, the Lizardman one, because it didn't start as a blob. The blob only evolved at the very, very end. But yeah, I think Sarva kind of misplayed it. Should have just stayed there on top of the point, save time, just keep chilling, keep healing. Instead of, he wanted to chase away some units, deal some damage in return. Didn't deal much damage, but instead suffered way more damage. Which then translated into him losing the victory point 45 seconds too early. So yeah, maybe if played slightly differently, would have been a 3-1, but I'm not complaining. about getting 2-2. But this is actually the maximum distance the tournament can go as well. So that will be a nice measurement we're going to get. Because both semifinals went to 3 battles. And now the final is going to 5 battles as well. Oh wait. Festus is somehow recapturing it. There is no way, right? There is no way. And still a Harbinger of Pestilence. It's just Festus and the Severed Claw hanging on. Yeah, he just tried to kill Slanesh before Slanesh killed him. But it all didn't happen. Mute Leaf Beast. Absolutely good sniped. Good in theory, not in practice. The Shrine. Don't know how much it healed. Clearly not enough. Severed Claw. That's a solo unit, always performs well. And passes obviously through the Harbinger of Pestilence, 1900 value, and then even more for healing. Which should also be a stat, CA plus fix. Damage dealt as gold value. What about HP healed as gold value? It is also very easily calculable. Not like tanking, but you've calculated tanking in Total Arena. So anyway, why would I provide feedback to Creative Assembly when they never listen anyway? Let's bring up the draft. So victory for Slanesh and a loss for Warriors of Chaos. Now that brings us to High Elves versus Khorne. It's a very cultured matchup, I think. Well, Khorne is by far the most cultured faction on Mirovoy's side. The High Elves are by far the most cultured faction on Sarva's side. And it also brings us to map 2, which is Choking Pits. And it's also nice to see new faces in the finals. So it's not always like Berserk and Tim the Wilder and Serika. So Arve and Mirovoy? I mean, they're not new faces to SUNTZU tournaments, but I mean, they've played in one tournament each before. And now they're in finals. And Mirovoy defeated Berserk on his way up here. Pigman is also a SUNTZU League tournament winner and has been defeated by Soarve in the other semi-final. So yeah, it's nice to see that it's not like complete domination by the same group of people over and over and over again. It's cool for rivalries, but then I think that variety is also nice. Or arguably nicer. Oh, sorry, I was doing some tournament management. Needed to focus on that. So, Isles versus Corn. Definitely a matchup that is Corn favored. Oh, there we go. Ready together immediately. I said I would have definitely picked High Elves versus... what was it back then? Bretonia. Yeah, he did win with Lizardmen. Thing is, he could have won with Lizardmen against Lanesh and against Khorne. But High Elves, I wouldn't call them a top tier faction. So they need to be used as a counter pick. And that was their time to shine as a counter pick. There is a little bit of a choke point. Accurate to the map's name. There are no Chaos Furies from the side of Khorne. Marauders of Khorne times 5 and then dual weapons. These are actually Chaos Warriors with dual weapons. A very strong anti-infantry core. Then Scarbrand. He'll just dive in the middle of your formation and use Rampage on everyone. And it looks like elves are creating yet another box. And those boxes are 0 wins, 3 losses so far in this tournament. And I don't think this is going to be any different. Okay, Silvern Guard. They are anti-large. There are Minotaurs on the enemy side. 1 and 2 with great weapons. And the other the same. They're also anti-large, but would they really bring this anti-large for? What were they expecting? Could have been Dragon. Could have been Imrik on top of a Dragon. But it is stackless. And he's on foot. No, he's on horseback. With backing from Sarva, he is again just get the point, create a box, and chill. But Chosen Warriors of Khorne with dual weapons will absolutely chew the Silvern Guard. Also the Keepers of the Flame, the Phoenix Guard to consider. Open Sea Guard opening on the Chaos Warriors with dual weapons. We're trying to avoid the attack just yet. Waiting for the wings to be coordinated. Yikes, that box. Mirovoy is just taking his time, getting into position, wisely, not attacking, uncoordinated. Like one part of the army after another. It will be all at the same time. Maybe slightly staggered to avoid being focused by archer fire. What am I saying? It's just total bullshit. I'm just very tired. It's around 10 kilometers. And I haven't slept for a very long time. Anyway, Chaos Warriors of Khorne with dual weapons, no shields though. That's still 110 armor. They have taken some damage from Lofen Sigurd, which doesn't have armor-piercing missiles. One returning some fire, quite literally, with a flaming throwing axis. But it's Lofen Sigurd wins these trades. Covering Guard can also trade them, tank them for days. Oh, there's a puke from Scarbrand, but it goes kinda wide, kind of above and behind the Keepers of the Flame, which would have been huge. It still pretty is. They've got a decent amount of damage dealt to them. And if it is 500 value from just that one breath, holy shit, it was a good breath anyway. Then now Scarron comes in, forces everybody around him to rampage. Flaming Sword of Ruin is a good AoE buff. Because of the Fireborn Dragon Princess. 900 value, not bad, but also almost dead. Cavalry doesn't really perform well in blobs like these. But this kind of trying to get to Lofen Sigurd bait, he's drawing these enemies in, allowing for Phoenix Guard, which is the actual threat, to wrap around them and start dealing some massive damage. So the question is, will Sarve manage to keep his archers going? So far so good. Down to just above half ammunition. And looking at the damage sources, it looks very, very equal. Let's see what tech this has up his sleeve. The potion that heals him. Increases cooldowns and also damage resistance by 40%. This isn't just OP. Although it is duration 23 seconds. And 120 seconds cooldown. Scarman is diving in. Probably is waiting for the next rotation of his abilities. Block of Doom. Oh yeah, Teclis has those. Yeah, right. All spells are from different lores, but he has Flaming Sword of Ruin and Block of Doom. He doesn't have the Fiery Convocation even bound to him. Oh, that's a massive rampage. Pretty good breath, but I kind of feel like it also went wide. Chaos Warriors with dual weapons. I mean, it's almost their value though, so I would say they have performed up to expectations, and maybe a little bit beyond. Silver Guard also doing pretty well, considering all the circumstances. We are exactly halfway through. You say great build from Mirror is losing. We're gonna take out tech list. Silver guards are failing. There is one more thing that can turn the tide of the battle. And I would like to see it in conjunction with Scarbrand. Scarbrand just uses AoE Rampage ability. But essentially what I want to see is Scarbrand diving in. That is his last puke. It just doesn't seem to do any damage. It seems to be missing all the time. But anyway, Scarbrand dives in, uses the AoE Rampage, and then drops the Sword of Khorne on top of the blood that this massive Rampage will create. But it's running out of time, rather running out of units. Time as well, 3 minutes left. He definitely, unless he used like the Horn of Khorne, and I just didn't notice because you don't really see it. But it should, like when you see a blob like this, you know Sword of Khorne is going to do that shit. And just wait for the perfect cast. And with Scarbrand as a combo with his AoE Rampage, where the enemy cannot dodge. Like diving here, he uses the ability and it's sort of cornered. I mean, that is the only way for Khorne to win. And I would just like to see it because of how badass it would be. Oh, looks like it's only Scarbrand, and there we go, that's the AoE Rampage. But where is Sword of Khorne? Nowhere to be seen. Did he just use different abilities in the meantime? If so, I think that is a mistake. The Sword of Khorne into, or the Rampage into Sword of Khorne, and Sword of Khorne into the rampaging units. That is the combo that just immediately came to my mind when CA announced the new rampage mechanics. But he didn't use that combo here. Why? And even if it didn't win him the battle, which I think it easily might have, the cool factor of it would still be worth it. You would like, that's immediately instant MVP. But well, the champion can only be one, and it is Soarve. For the first victory for the blob. I'll let that slide because it wasn't high elves, just say. And he only had 2 ranged units. Then again, the Nurgle blob had 0. So, let's summarize the tournament. Finish up the draft. Loss. Khorne. Victory for High Elves. And that's how our final best of 5 presented itself. Going all the way through, just like the semifinals, both of them. So, both of our finalists have played full maximum 10 battles today. And we've done this in 5 hours. So that is pretty good. That is below my estimate. I estimated, like, if full 10 minutes, then 6 hours. 10 minutes? If all 10 battles, then 6 hours. But it's actually 5. Yeah, people are faster. I mean, I was like running off, like, you know, time limits. So if you were to give them a time limit on a best of 5, it would be 2 hours and 10 minutes. But I doubt this took that long in this case. But yeah, timing was like, oh, if somebody is prolonging very slowly, picking their armies, picking their factions, etc., etc., then that time limit would come in. But no, here it's pretty smooth. They're making their decisions as to which factions they're going to play pretty quickly, just like within a minute max 2 of each other and of leaving the battle. So I'm really happy with that. So big props, big congratulations and innovation to Mirovoy and Soarve and Berserk, who got 3rd place without fighting the 3rd place match. But well, he was ready to fight, his opponent wasn't. So, let's bring up the bracket. Update it for the final time. 2, 3. Which makes Soarve our first Conquest champion. Mirovoy, the runner-up. Berserk, 3rd place. Pigman, I don't know. Then Zurihan, you know, 5th place or 4th. Chimambu, 6th place or 5th, and so on and so on. Archangel, who has been a finalist in the Domination tournament. Oh, there was land battles. Might have been land battles, actually. Don't remember. Today, just 7th place. So, the beauty of sports. Sometimes someone has a good day, someone has a worse day, and the results may vary, even if it was just a month apart. But don't worry, you won't have to wait a month for the next tournament. The next tournament should be happening in 2 weeks, and then another one in another 2 weeks, and then in between, woven in between of those, there should be also a Pharaoh tournament, which will be a long war tournament, not like one day. The entire tournament takes place now. An entire tournament will take place over the course of a month, 4 weeks. That's the plan. I just need to, you know, write all the rules for that Pharaoh tournament, etc, etc. So if anyone watching is interested in a Pharaoh tournament, sign up. Just keep an eye on our announcements channel, just like for all the other tournaments. 2 Warhammer tournaments coming in August. So be out for them. And this is it. 5 hours long tournament with the longest possible scenario of semifinals going to tiebreakers and the grand final going to tiebreakers. There we go. That's like the entire upper bracket within one picture.